you worry more about yourself, old man?
Jeez.
I'm off.
It's dark. I can barely see.
There are numerous hostiles. Too many for you and your revolver to combat effectively.
So what's the plan?
Let's see. Date, the island in the middle of the pond. Do you remember it?
Yeah?
Your favorite thing is on that island.
My favorite thing.
A porno magazine.
What? Whoa! Porno mag! Huh? Where'd the porn go?
Date, load revolver with wire bullets.
What am I shooting at?
Above us.
Above us? Why?
No time to explain, just do it!
What was that? That's supposed to be a warning shot or something? Now throw us the gun. Come quiet.
Date, do as I told you!
Don't you mean surrender?
Do it! Do it or we die!
Get them!
They fell for it.
What do you mean?
Just watch. You will see in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
You lied to me again.
I have already explained this to you. If you hear the words porno magazine, your reaction speed increases by a factor of 3.6. A rather convenient function of yours. Why wouldn't I take advantage of it?
Damn it. How did you know about the lightning?
Satellite imagery, atmospheric conditions, and other factors. However, I predicted the lightning would fall elsewhere, so I had you launch wire bullets to direct the lightning to the...
Anyway, where's Mizuki?
I will scan for her.
Mizuki! Wait for me! I'm coming!
Date, I detect trace amounts of capsaicin in the air. Mizuki appears to have been sprayed with tear gas.
No. This is...
Mizuki's metal pipe.
What?
He is taking Mizuki hostage.
Shit!
Date, look around. Mizuki must be nearby. Have you looked on the other side of the...
Not yet, but I know there's another room back there. There she is. Mizuki!
That is So holding her.
Son of a bitch is using her as a shield. Why isn't Mizuki fighting back?
She does not appear to be conscious. I cannot determine why, but she is breathing. She is alive.
I have to do something.
Wait, don't move. Remember what So told you.
That he can see us somehow.
There may be a sensor or something similar in this room.
Or I could just shoot him in the head.
I would stop that line of thinking. If you shoot now, there is a high chance you will hit Mizuki.
Then what am I supposed to do?
Let me think. Date, load Evolver with spherical bullets. Then, pick up that metal pipe on the floor. You need to do two things. First, throw the metal pipe toward the southwest corner of the room. Then, immediately shoot a spherical bullet at the pipe. No questions, there is no time to explain.
You sure this will work?
If you time it correctly, yes. My calculations are never wrong. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Go!
Mizuki! Mizuki!
Date!
Mizuki, move!
What?
Date, don't! It will hit Mizuki!
Shit!
No.
No. No. Date, no! Don't die! Don't die! Date!
Mizuki! Mizuki!
Date!
Mizuki, move!
What?
Damn it.
Pathetic. Killed by your own father. By the way, do you like fireworks? Let me show you the most beautiful firework you'll ever see. But don't blink. It'll only be a flash.
How do you like these fireworks?
What?
I just want to go to the cabaret club.
What? What? What did you say? Hey, quit fooling around. Come on. Date, get up. Hey. Hey. Date. Date.
I know even the best of us can be taken out of commission by a simple cold. But I always thought Date was above that somehow. Like a hero.
A hero?
Heroes are supposed to be invincible. Even if the odds are stacked against them, something miraculous happens to save them. That's what I thought would happen to Date. But instead, here he is.
You make it sound like he's dead.
Right. Sorry.
Date has an artificial eyeball called an AI ball in his left eye socket.
Okay, so that's the end of Soul Shijima. So, here's the thing. What was that crap about? About Soul saying, killed by your own father. Apparently we have something else now in the game. That wasn't revealed before. There was no breadcrumbs leading to this. It's just a, I'm going to reveal this now type of thing. So, as investigations go, you typically, when you have a mystery, you want your whoever's trying to solve the mystery, you want them to solve the mystery. But you just don't throw breadcrumbs in late, because then they won't have anything to lead into. You're just throwing it in now. So I don't know. I kind of got done with this game a long time ago. I just want to get to the end now.
That's exactly where So shot him. So it acted like a kind of shield. Because of that, the bullet didn't go through his brain. It saved Date's life. The surgery to remove the bullet was successful, and now all we have to do is wait until Date wakes up. That's what was supposed to happen anyway. But instead...
Don't worry about that. It's true that Date disobeyed direct orders, but that order basically came from So himself. And he's not gonna be a problem anymore, is he? Date won't get reprimanded for this.
Oh, good.
So also no longer has his hooks in the MPD. We can finally resume the investigation properly. All the evidence points to So Sejima. Thanks to Date, I think we can finally close this case. There might even be a promotion waiting for him after this. It's strange, isn't it? The surgery was successful. No EEG abnormalities.
But he still hasn't woken up.
I think I might know why, but if I'm right, it's nothing any of this medical equipment can fix. The problem lies in his soul.
His soul?
Something's going on in his consciousness.
So here's the thing. If all this point to So Sejima, how is it all point to So Sejima? But the only thing that points to So Sejima is he did that shady thing back in the days that ruined that neighborhood. Where in that whole thing did he become a raging psychopath that decided to like to take people's eyes? I thought that was Rohan's whole spiel. So you're telling me the person in the background was So, and he allowed Rohan to be taking eyes and everything? So where did that fit into the new killer after Rohan's dead taking the eyes? Who's the person taking the eyes? So Sejima? So all of a sudden became fascinated with taking eyes? I thought that was Rohan's thing. Since when did the So actually became fascinated with that? That doesn't line up whatsoever. And what is this whole crap about him being a father and everything? Yeah, I love how this game like to go all over the place, but now his fingering on So Sejima as the actual killer that killed Shoko, Renju, and all of those people, and then using the whole eyeball thing as kind of for like a throwaway in order to pin it on the Cyclops killer, but it had nothing to do with Cyclops killer. He just wanted to get rid of certain people that became an annoyance. Why? Why did he kill Shoko? Because Shoko knew something? What is that something? There was nothing the point about Shoko doing anything harmful towards So whatsoever, or his organization, or ruining it, or calling anything out. I'm pretty sure it's going to explain that towards the end. But So Tsujima, there was no breadcrumbs at the beginning of the game pointing towards So Tsujima. He just popped up in like the middle of the game. A politician called So Tsujima. And then after they show So Tsujima, they just say it then connected So Tsujima to the explosion or something that happened at the power plant. But there was nothing from the beginning of the game, the first 3 videos of the game, to point that there was any third party that was involved hiding behind in the shadows. Typically when you make these type of games, you want to actually show that there's someone hiding in the shadows that's unknown. And typically that unknown could be something present right in front of you, or someone that's hidden somewhere else that you're not seeing. But it didn't do a good job at that, so it just throw in a regular, it could have been a garbage man for all you know, or it could have been a lawyer and just threw in there. There was no leading into So Tsujima. He just popped in one day. So that's why I say it's a terrible way to set up a killer if it's actually So Tsujima. So all my 4 suspects, basically you're telling all my 4 suspects are out the window. Hitomi's out the window. The boss is out the window, and it was stupid ass So Tsujima the whole time. That's a failed example of a killer. You just threw the killer in there, and then all of a sudden start to align everything connected towards the killer. I knew So Tsujima was corrupted from the beginning. I knew he had something to do with the killings. And I know how things were set up with regards to So Tsujima, making him like the obvious suspect. But like, you telling me So is that dumb in order to use Shoko Nadami's phone? I figured no one would call him. Are you telling me So was that dumb to do all those things to make him be identified? Like answer Shoko Nadami's phone when freaking Date called the phone? Like he wouldn't have got rid of Shoko's old phone. He decided to keep his phone. All that stuff is still convenient. If Sho Tsujima was actually the true killer, that's pathetic. Because how they set it up is pathetic. For one, if someone was a true killer, he wouldn't hold on to the phone of the person he actually murdered. For what reason? And if someone is the real killer, Sho is the real killer, why he decided to like become fascinated with taking people's eyes like Rohan for no reason, or just use it as an example to throw people off the scent? Those things are obvious, man. Those are obvious things that you would do inside mystery games to throw people off the scent. That's why I never pointed towards Sho, because they were so stupid and obvious, and it would make the game good. That's why I swear to everything, I didn't want it to be Renju. I didn't want it to be Hitomi, and I didn't want it to be people like So, or people like Mayumi, or someone like Pewter. I didn't want it to be these type of characters, because their lead-ins are stupid and pointless and ridiculous and makes no sense. If you're going to set up a proper killer, you have to set up a proper killer the proper way. You don't just throw in someone like So Tsujima out of nowhere, out of the blue. Boom, there's a politician named So Tsujima, and then connect So Tsujima to the explosion within the factory. And then all of a sudden, we're now dealing with this new character, So Tsujima. It's the same way that you connected like Prisoner 89. All of a sudden, you throw him in there and start connecting him to certain things. But you didn't actually set up the whole breadcrumbs leading to those things properly. You set up the breadcrumbs leading to Prisoner 89, just a little, but there was no setup for the breadcrumbs leading to So Tsujima whatsoever. Of course, there was the explosion at the factory, and of course, but didn't say nothing related to So Tsujima whatsoever. It could have been anyone at Port of who owned that factory, that organization. It's poorly done to have So Tsujima. Like, you're setting up obvious people who people will point towards to be the criminals, to lead people to say, okay, they're too obvious and they're not going to be connected, like Renju, like Hitomi, and put Hitomi with So Tsujima, and keep saying So Tsujima to make seem like it's not So Tsujima, but then at the end saying that it's So Tsujima, and he got his leg injured. Come on, man. That's not good. That's not a good final boss. That's not a good final bad guy. If it turn, I said it before. If it turned out to be Renju, I'll be upset. If it turned out to be Itomi, I'll be a little upset. If it turned out to be someone like So, I'll be upset. If it turned out to be Mayumi, I'll be upset. If it turned out to be Mama, or it turned out to be Mizuki, or any of these secondary people that have no relevance towards the primaries, or at least you have your primary characters and you have the secondaries, and the secondaries are your suspect, and the primary characters are the main protagonists, and so on and so forth. But every other characters afterwards are tertiary characters. So Sojima is a tertiary character. He's not relevant whatsoever. They were trying to make him into a secondary character, but they didn't do a good job leading him to make him a secondary character. They just throw him in there to throw him in there, and then attach things towards him. His lead-in wasn't good. He was just dropped in there, and then they start connecting things to him. I refuse to believe So Sojima. They're trying to put this as So is the murderer now. Great. So he was the actual person standing with Rohan when Rohan was doing his whole eye thing. And then all of a sudden, So Sojima got the idea of plucking out eyes to make confuse people and think that, whoa, yeah, the new killer is actually someone that enjoys eyes, but he just did that to did that. I don't think so, man. It's too obvious and too clean. That's why I never go down that route. It's so stupid. Whoever set this up is dumb.
Oh, that's Aiba.
Aiba?
Yeah, Date's partner. You saw him talk to himself sometimes, right?
More like all the time.
That was him talking to Aiba.
Oh.
He's lost somewhere in his own mind.
Lost?
He doesn't know the way back. Sinking over and over can have this effect.
How can he find his way back again?
And here's the thing. Here's another thing. They dropped it in once he shot So Sojima in the head. They dropped it in, or right before he shot So Sojima in the head, that this is, I can't believe I'm shooting my son. Saying that how pathetic is it to be killed by your father? Like, what the hell does that mean? You know, they just drop things in there to drop things in there. There was no leading in to say that So is Date's father or anything like that, or maybe it's a metaphor to mean something. But they just dropped it in there to drop it in there, just like they dropped So Sojima in there. Like, this game is so dumb. It doesn't lead things in. It just dropped things in.
Only one way I can think of. Maybe...
Paging Ms. Shizue Kuranushi. Shizue Kuranushi. Please come to the nurse's station.
Looks like I gotta go. I'll be back as soon as I can.
What?
While I'm gone, keep talking to Date, okay? You might give him a reason to wake up. See you.
Talk to him. Huh. Boss's real name is Shizue Kuranushi. She's away. Kuranushi. It doesn't fit her at all. Don't you think so, Date? Please, Date? Laugh about it with me. Hey, Date. You're so stupid. You know that?
And there's the other one. It finally gave you the name of the boss. So it's like the game thought you were so stupid that you were going to be suspecting the boss the whole time. That's why I refused to give her the name of the boss. That was always in the back of my head. Why does the boss have a name? You know, I wasn't suspecting the boss because she doesn't have a name. I was suspecting the boss for other things. What the dumb thing I always thought to the back of my head is like, these people, I know what they're doing and I know what you're doing. I want to know why the hell you're doing it. Like, by refusing to give the boss a name, you're putting a spotlight on her, but that type of spotlight is not the same spotlight that I'm putting on her. It's dumb. Like, all you had to do is just give her a name. Like, not giving her a name doesn't mean that you're making her suspicious. It's just making it the game dumb that way. Because you're not changing anything. You're not making the boss suspicious by doing that. You're just making that spotlight move away from her by not giving her a name.
Grade A, first class, king of the idiots. Why did you protect me? It was my own fault. I went into the mansion by myself, and then got tear gas sprayed at me by Soap. He hit me in the back of the head and I blacked out. This was all my fault. Everything I did was a mistake. But you came to save me. You made me look like an idiot, you know. Oh, wait a minute. I get it. You wanted to scold me, right? After saving me, you're never gonna let me hear the end of it. You suck, Date. Big, stupid jerk. Okay, since we're alone, I'll be honest with you. Earlier, Boss said that you were like a hero, right? I think so too. Deep down, you're a hero to me. You raised me since I was 8. Even when times were hard or you were depressed, you were there for me. The past few days, too. After Mom and Daddy, I was trying to act like it didn't bother me, but really, I was just holding it inside, staying quiet, pushing my feelings down, and I just took it. I forced myself to be happy, but inside, it hurt so bad, like I wanted to die. Sad and afraid and alone. My heart was about to break, but because you were there, I was able to fight it. You being there helped me be myself. But if you're gone, Date, Hey, Date, wake up. Come on, wake up! What happened to your prom? You can't tell me you forgot. You promised, Date. We're supposed to eat ramen. Are you gonna break your promise? You're not gonna take me? That's not fair, Date, you liar! And God's a liar, too! I prayed at the shrine. I prayed that you wouldn't get hurt, but...
Do you want to save Date?
Yes?
Then I'll finish my thought from earlier. There's one way we can bring back Date. Someone has to sink into his brain and guide him home.
Someone?
Mizuki.
Huh?
You synced with Date once before, right? Your synchronization levels were extremely high. You two are compatible for syncing. No one is more qualified than you. Please, please save Date.
Okay. I'll try.
Why is she asking a little girl to do this? I mean, the game automatically admit that it's Sosajima is the killer. But see, this is why you never, no matter what, take your eyes off the prize. Like, a game is never complete until it's complete. If it's actually Sosajima, I'm going to just drop it points. It's going to be dropped from a 6.5 that I had it to like a 6.3. Because its leading to So was pathetic. I'm dropping a full 2 points for it if it's actually so. But why
So
she has to be the one to
You
connect
told me
to
1,000
Date?
times.
Anyone can sync with Date.
Mizuki, we're counting on you.
Leave
Oh.
it to me.
Look, I understand.
I'll bring you back. I promise.
Why does she have to be the one to bring him back? Because she know him?
Ready, Mizuki. Then let's begin.
I don't like that this game always use children as a way of solving things and putting them in violent situations or psychological situations. I don't like that at all. I sometimes question the logic of this game or the people who made the game.
This is my house. But it's in black and white. Is this what's inside Date's heart? Date, where are you hiding? Date!
Look, if it was actually Sosajima, the game would have been over and they would have been at the beach or something, drinking lattes and stuff, or eating ice cream.
There's color over there.
So the game is now over. Which means it's not 100% so. In fact, it's probably not even so. We're doing more of this Minecraft. Great.
Is that stew? I'll try eating some. The vegetables and meat are cut too big. Are they always this big? Me? Why? Hey, Date! Everyone's waiting for you. Hey, are you listening? Date?
Don't be modest now. This is my special recipe. Eat it while it's hot. I don't know how I did it, but I think it came out pretty good.
The desk got colored. Date's police ID. Date's police ID. Without this, no one would believe he's really a police officer. Leaving it around like this is how it gets lost. If I hide it somewhere, maybe he'll panic and wake up. Nah, never mind. He's too dense to notice something like that. Date's corkboard. A pretty picture of a river. Where is Akikawa Valley? I'd like to go there someday. Date's computer. Power button. Where is it? Well... Oh. Whoops. Don't know my own strength. Date! I broke your computer! You can't watch any more porn! You better come out and stop me! Date's police ID. Hey! Respect the badge! Yup. Just testing what would happen. Not playing around or anything.
You have 5 minutes
Date's
remaining,
corkboard. I wonder what this note is. Side... Wop? Is this someone's name? A woman? I can't tell. Ugh, useless. Date's handwriting is trash. Date's corkboard. Date's computer. Date's... Date, get up!
Are you crazy? Jeez, what are you doing?
It's because you washed your old underwear with my clothes, dummy! Pervert!
You gotta be more careful. If I keep this up, I'm not gonna get off with a warning and a pay cut.
I remember this. A trash can. Oh, maybe this.
Hey, your school announced bring your parents to school day, right? Don't you have to tell Renju and Shoko?
Wouldn't matter.
What should I do?
Sorry for making you worry about me, Doc. The speakers have color. The speaker I was in. A shelf with records and stuff. This is a CD from an idol group at Lemnisky. LUE 42, the answer to the ultimate question. What a weird title. A shelf with records and stuff. The power supply is... Ha! Oops! Messed up again. Guess guess that's why Date told me not to touch it. A shelf with records. Date! Time for your food! Looks like that's not gonna work. He wouldn't be here in the first...
4 minutes, Mizuki.
A speaker.
Are you all right?
That's my voice.
Mizuki! Mizuki! Hold on! I'll find you!
I remember being mad at you because you took so long. But after I saw your face, everything felt better. The chair where I always sit. Relaxing. If I sit here much longer, I'm gonna get sleepy. It's at a rabbit. I love my Ada Rabbit. It feels so warm and comfy holding it. How did you know that I would like it, Date? It's Ada Rabbit. It's Ada Rabbit. A speaker with... It's Ada Rabbit.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry, Mizuki.
Yeah! Maybe all Date needs to wake up is a good shock. Damn. I should stop doing that. The chair where I always sit. Ugh, it's got a butt print on it? The chair where I always sit. Nah, Date wouldn't be here. A shelf with records. Date's corkboard. Date's computer. Ha! This is all your fault, Date. Get up already.
You have less than 1 minute. You have to hurry.
It's at a wrap. What am I doing? I don't want to throw him. He's my special friend. It's at a rabbit. A shelf with records. It's a Hey, Date? Not here. That's strange. The chair where I always... Date's corkboard. It's a speaker. A shelf with records. It's at a rabbit. At a rabbit is kind of ugly. I mean, at the time I said it was ugly.
I hope this is okay. What if she doesn't like it?
I'm home!
Mizuki, welcome back.
What are you hiding? What's that?
This? Oh, I was just thinking that this place looks awfully empty, right? Look, it's perfect right here.
Ugly.
Mizuki!
It's my bed.
5 seconds!
Sorry, Date, but I can't sleep anywhere but here. Figuring out a dream is tough. What should I do next? Ota would have this cleared in seconds. Now that I think about it, didn't I used to sleep on that sofa? When did that change? Time? Date? Is that... I'll try... This is... Date's police... Date, get up!
Are you crazy?
I remember this. A trash... The speakers have color. The speaker I was in
minutes remaining, Miss
It's at
Yuki.
around... It's my bed. A door.
Mizuki, hey. I'm sorry about eating your pudding without asking. I'll buy you another one. Hey, come on, open up. I'm at my limit here. I really have to go. I'm gonna piss my pants. Mizuki, seriously, come on. Open the door!
Date's bed. I was sleeping here before, though. Ugh. Mom. I said that?
Jeez.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
It's the fridge.
Be careful.
Huh. Nothing's inside. Probably because this is Date's room. It's the fridge. I don't do good with tight spaces. Date's coat. Oh, this smells like that bar marble. Ugh. That was kind of creepy. Nope. Nope. Didn't happen. Date's coat. This looks dirty. It smells like him too. Well, I'm not gonna wear it. I don't want to wear your coat, Date. It's the fridge. Date's coat. No. I'll do it when he's wearing it. That's much...
Hey, I got an extra sweet pudding for little babies. You can have it.
Watch your mouth!
Nice kick.
My school bag. Huh. There's nothing in here. That's weird. I always keep my books in here. Oh, I get it. It's because Date doesn't know what's inside my bag. This is Date's bag. Do you care about me or not? Jeez. My school bag. This is from Mikume's shrine. Hey, since we're here, let's go into the shrine.
I told you, I don't believe in that stuff.
Come on, come on!
I wish
What did you ask for?
to leave this boring place as soon as possible.
Date. Date? Daddy. Mom.
So this is the impasse where you got to choose between them being your actual parents and Date being our actual parent. Obviously, by choosing whichever one will affect the story. So basically, it's saying by her choosing Date to be her parent led to them dying. But if I choose them, it would lead to Date simply being by himself again, which won't lead to them dying. It's picking Date led to them dying. So watch. Although what happens, the same thing will repeat by picking them. My true feelings. So could be that that's what I'm seeing, or it could actually turn out the way the game wants to play itself. So let's play it the way the game wants to. I actually want to pick Date, but I'm going to see what the game is going to reveal by picking mom and dad. They really shouldn't be picked. They're awful people. But let's see what's going to happen if I don't choose the most obvious choice, which is Date.
Mom. And Daddy.
Obviously, you don't want to pick mom. She's a stupid person that shouldn't have never had kids to begin with. And he also should have never had kids to begin with because he's so busy with his work. He doesn't have time for his kid. But at least he doesn't hit his kid. She does. So if I pick the dad and run to the dad, then the mom will get jealous and see, like, why the hell is this happening? Turn towards someone, you know, find out a way to get rid of the dad. But if I pick the mom, the dad will be like, oh, okay, well, at least he's warming up to the mom now, so I don't have to deal with it anymore. It'd be one big, natural, happy family. So it'd be illogical to pick the mom. She's the worst case scenario. But if you pick the mom, you know, it might actually be funny because you're not supposed to pick the mom. So let's see what happens when you pick the mom. I just want to do this to see what it's going to do. I know it's going to be bad, but I just want to see what it's going to do. Obviously, you're supposed to pick Date. But let's see what happens.
Mom?
I love you, Mizuki. I'll never let go. We'll be together forever.
Mom! Mommy!
So remember the whole thing about saying that how she has that thing about not being able to hug other people or not being able to interact with people? Yeah, it's because you're not supposed to pick her. By hugging her, by her hugging her, she's doing the opposite of what she actually is. She's not the type that hugs. So when you pick her and you pick hug, it actually ends because that's not who she is. I do find that interesting. And at least the game can keep it consistent in that way regards. But I know for a fact it doesn't want me to pick that. Because if I pick that, then I contradict how Shoko Nadami died. I have to pick...
It very clear which choices branches the game and which don't.
Yeah, I know. It's making it very clear, but I'm not picking it because of that. I'm picking it because I just want it to be over with. I just want to, I'm just messing around now. I just want it to be done with. I kind of know which is the path, which was. In fact, from the very beginning of the game, I kind of know which was the path. I was just waiting for the game to catch up to it. Now I got sidetracked with the boss, and I got sidetracked with Aset dying, and I got sidetracked with them throwing all this conspiracy theory, but it didn't really sidetrack me. The only thing that sidetracked me was the boss and Aset dying. Those were the things that sidetracked me. Everything else was exactly where they belong. Hitomi was always my suspect. Boss was always my suspect. I never changed my mind in regards to that. And Aset and Ota. So it's kind of like reverse. If Aset and Ota weren't guilty, the boss and Hitomi were. So even if he had a direct line that it was trying to go, I kind of know what that was. I was just waiting to for it to play catch up, because that's how long I have to wait for all this to happen. I was literally waiting from the beginning of the game, well, not from the beginning, middle of the game to now, for it to actually get to this point. So I'm messing around. That's what I'm doing. I'm messing around. I know I'm not supposed to pick her, based on the logic of who she is. But I just wanted to see what would happen, and the game automatically ended once I picked her. Because I know she's not good at hugging, and she's not supposed to hug her. You're supposed to allow her to die, which is kind of messed up. It's kind of messed up. We can't even save Shoko. I'm starting to like Shoko. I want to save Shoko, but no, she's a bitch, so we have to let her die.
You have 3 minutes remaining. Be careful.
What? I'm all the way here? I thought it would go. Okay.
Date's cook?
Why are you so sure you're not being sidetracked?
Oh, because the game already admitted that it was Sojima. I'm not sure if you jumped on before, but the game already admitted that Sojima was the killer. So I'm wondering, why am I even having this little nonsense happening right here? Why are we seeing this? Why are we choosing between the mom and everything if the game already revealed who the killer is? What's the point of all this if the game already revealed that the killer is So Sejima? See what I'm saying? Why do all this if the killer is actually So Sejima? That's why I'm playing along and I'm having fun now. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for it to give me the answers.
My school bag.
It's like when you know something and you kind of figure, well, you don't 100% know, you 75% know, but you have to wait for the game to actually give you the answer, or wait for your food to be presented on you at the table. You know what you ordered, you know it's coming, you just have to wait for it. So I'm just messing around, but I'm just waiting for it. Remember I said from the beginning, I don't want it to be Renju. I don't want it to be any random character. I don't want it to be So Sejima. I don't want it to be Hitomi, because she's so obviously the actual person that it would be. And I don't want it to be Prisoner 89 or any other person like Mayumi or Mama or any type of weirdos. I want it to be specific, my 4 people. I want it to be Pewter, I want it to be Acid and Ota, and I want it to be Hitomi. And then when Pewter was crossed out, that's when the boss got implemented. So it was a boss, Hitomi, Acid, and Ota. Those are my people. My Billy Loomis and Stu is Acid and Ota. My Billy Loomis and Stu is Hitomi and the boss. What it's saying, So Sejima is the actual killer, so I'm saying what's the point of this now if we now know who the killer is? That's why I'm not letting go of my suspects. I'm not letting go of them. They could admit and say so I'm not letting go until the game is end. I want to see this funny stuff that the game is messing around with. I mean, I really like that it's messing around. I'm not going to give it more points. I'm just laughing in my head, waiting. So let's see, what was it?
Waiting for what?
This is from Ikume Shrine.
You'll see. If my suspicions is right, you'll see. I don't want to admit it like straight out. I mean, I kind of already stated who I believe my killers are.
Believe in that stuff.
You know, but so
Come on.
I want to see how it's going to be played around with regards to those killers. I just want to see how it's going to be played out with regards to the killers. How it's going to show it. If it shows it in an interesting way, I'll be cool. If it turns out to be someone that's completely who I don't want, I'm going to actually drop it points. I just want to see how my killers are actually played out. If it's played out in an interesting way, I'll admit it's good.
BTW, you can pass already seen dialogue quick with a button.
Yeah, I'm going to pass already seen dialogue.
I wish that Mizuki grows up healthy and happy.
So here's the thing. This is how I do my logic. This mother is a representative of the killer. Why I say that? Because for reasons I don't want to explain. It could be how I see things. A killer picks someone specifically because of something that a person has that they don't like. So it's like you looking in a mirror at someone that's like you, but it's the reverse version of you. So anything that mom has is kind of like something that the killer has, or the killer wants to have. So when the mom doesn't like hugs and stuff, it's kind of like a disease that the killer also has. So the game is at least smart in that regards to tell you that. Or maybe the game doesn't even know that and I just know it. But it was dumb enough not to know that I would know that thing. And it was giving you that information. So hopefully maybe it is that smart to at least include that. So I'm not going to pick the mom anymore because the result is still going to be the same. I'm going to pick the dad and let's see what happens. But here's the thing, if I pick the dad, It might actually, yeah, picking the dad might actually lead to Shoko's death, which is probably the right answer. But we all know the real answer. The real answer is Date. I'm just screwing around right now to see what's going on. Why is playing this footsie? Why am I even here if Soshijima is the killer?
Daddy!
Mizuki, I'm sorry that I couldn't spend that much time with you. From now on, I promise to play a lot more with you.
Daddy! Daddy!
Ain't that interesting? I hugged Daddy, and then all of a sudden, Date was shown. Of course, it ended, but it never showed Date when I hugged the girl. When I hugged Sho. So let's try that again. But this time, we're going to pick Date. It's the obvious one that we're supposed to pick to begin with. I just wanted to see what would happen.
Remaining.
That's all.
Be careful.
At least I know that Date actually wants to be her parents. At least that's what it's telling me.
Date's code.
Oh, it's showing Date. Oh, you were supposed to pick Date. You picked the wrong person. No shit, Sherlock. I'm just messing around.
My school...
Alright, so now we pick Date. No more messing around. Let's go with the obvious, boring choice.
Date, wake up! Everyone is worried about you!
You shouldn't come to me. Go be with your parents.
What?
Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna keep pushing me towards going to parents, and it's gonna always end. So it's playing this stupid game about me wanting to continue to tap on Date, to pick Date over and over and over and over and over again, like I knew from the goddamn very beginning. Because every time I pick the woman and the dude, it's gonna say fail. The only choice is Date. I'm supposed to pick it ridiculously over again like a torture scene. That's why I didn't pick him to begin with, because I know what was going to goddamn happen. I should stop saying goddamn. It's just I get upset at this game sometimes.
Date, please, wake up!
I am not what you need.
I refuse to pick them. You know why? Because it's going to automatically end once I pick them. Watch. I'm going to pick them one more time, and then I'm going to go and pick them.
Hey!
Just to prove it.
Date!
Oh,
Not
at least it...
everything
Okay,
is
so...
about the puzzle. It also tells you about how Date feels like he's not worthy of being Mizuki's guardian.
Yeah, I know. I'm just really waiting, man. I'm just waiting for my answers. None of this is what I care about. I actually care about the killer, the person that killed Shoko
Mizuki.
Nazami. From the very beginning, that's who I care about. That's who I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
The
Mizuki.
answers. I wanted to be Kagami. That's who I wanted to be. What? Let me stop messing around. I'm waiting on an actual real killer, man. But the game is playing this stupid game back and forth, back and forth. I mean, I would be kind of disappointed if this actually turned out to be so. But if this game is somewhat smart, or just somewhat smart, then it's not so. At least I'll give her some points for that.
What the... How did I get here?
Dante!
Hey, why the sudden affection?
Because you're so stupid.
Huh?
You're so stupid. I just want to punch you. Welcome back. Welcome home, Dante.
Yeah. I'm home.
It's weird, man. I mean, whoever made this game is kind of weirdy in the head. Like, think about it. Because look, it ended like this. So Sou Sejima is the killer, and then it ended, and she ended up being with Date. But you know that's not the end. It has that branching path. I mean, like, give me a break, man. And the dude is super pervy. Like, you really want the Superman who's super pervy to be in charge of kids? Come on. Even if he's pretending to be pervy, I mean, he's doing it regardless. So you can't pretend to be doing something if you're actually doing it.
Hey, Aiba. Now that you're in that form, you think you can wiggle your way into that offering box?
Certainly. I go to the money box, you go to jail. Is that acceptable?
I guess not. Hey, me. Let's play a rhyming game. You're on. I'll start. Thick. Tits. Lips. Hips.
You're really sticking to one subject there.
Are you certain he was cleared to leave the hospital?
It's like everything in this game that has something to do with some type of perversion, man. They're at a shrine. It's like being at a church or something. And this dude's talking about tits and hips and weird, man. So I mean, this will really be disappointing if it's actually Sou Sejima, man. Like, really, it will. If it actually turned out to be really so, I mean, like, come on, man.
Why do these arches always have birds on them?
His drop-in was so weak. Like, his drop-in was weak. His breadcrumbs were weak. He, as a character, was weak.
Once upon a time,
there were stronger potential characters to be the killer than he was.
Why do you always do that?
I guess it was a good thing for me to keep it at where I said it was supposed to be, 6.5 or 6.6. I think I would have taken it back if I gave it more points. So it was a good thing that I left it at 6.6. About Iris and Ota. But it's not over. Here's the thing, it's not over.
He's doing fine.
It's not over, man. I mean, come on. We had Iris killed by herself in one branch, and Iris and Ota killed by themselves in another branch. Tell me all of that was just Sou by himself? And look, it showed that there were two killers in the past, or two people associated with killing in the past. So just one guy decided to do it all of a sudden. So, did it give any indication of why So decided to pop eyes out of people? No, nothing related. Did he do it just because he wanted to do it? To fool you, the person who were playing the game, into thinking that's something else? Is there any lead into or evidence to point towards that? No. That's why I'm not giving up on my suspects, man. Come on, this can't be the end of the game.
Iris is
Because if
still
it
in the
is,
hospital,
it's a
though.
pathetic ending.
I heard.
I hope she gets better soon.
Yeah. There's one thing I haven't told you yet, Date.
And what's that? And what is that crap about So saying that pathetic to be killed by your own father? Did the game ever brought up any of that stuff about So saying that? So literally said that. To be killed by your own father. What the hell was that all about? Is the game ever going to explain any of that? Probably not.
What is it?
5 days after the first incident, on Tuesday, I think, I saw So on my way home from the police station.
Where?
I was getting dropped off at home.
Was he alone?
No, someone was walking next to him. My homeroom teacher.
No shit. And that's another thing that the game did not explain. Okay, so So is the guilty. He's the murderer, right? Is it gonna even wrap up how, like, why Mizuki was talking to So before when Date first saw him at So's place? No, it didn't explain that. There's a lot of things that you need to explain. A lot of things. That's why I'm saying it's not freaking So. It's too obvious. The game has been playing footsie since the beginning of the goddamn game. I'm getting sick and tired of it. Can I get to the point of the killer by now? It's going up and down all over the freaking place. It's annoying as hell.
Homeroom teacher.
She's also my mom's best friend. It's a long story, I'll tell you later.
No, tell me now.
I don't want to.
Why not?
Because I'm hungry. I'll tell you over food. Bet you'd die soon so that I can collect your life insurance money?
You wouldn't get a dime.
Let me check other stuff. There might be something else. I didn't let go of my suspects because I knew my suspects were strong and solid. There were suspects that had radiance about them. Aset had radiance about her. Ota had radiance about them. Hitomi had radiance about her. Boss had radiance about her. Everybody seemed like they had plain colors, like Date's plain color right here. But Hitomi, let's say for instance Hitomi was here, or the boss was here. They would look just like this, but they would have like a glow around them at the same time. That's how I see when I'm looking at Hitomi and the boss. That's what I'm seeing. I don't see that when I'm looking at anyone else. That's why my main suspects has always been, I said, Ota, Hitomi, and boss. At least it led to them. It led to Aset and Ota in the beginning, and then led to my secondaries, Hitomi and the boss, coming towards the middle, going towards the end. And it kept playing footsie back and forth between these people, between these four people. Like, cut it out already. The person I actually think is the murderer was always Hitomi, which the one I don't want, the one I do want, it actually being is the boss. But if it's Hitomi, it's not like I didn't know. And if it turned out to be Aset, I'll still be satisfied, but it's not like I didn't know that either. What am I supposed to do now? More looking at more stuff.
No Maz M. MMMM. LMM. I'm me.
I am me. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to keep pressing on the guy over and over? It's Date and me. Okay. Oh, like, Kagami? Keep pressing on him until... God, okay. Well, that's done. You keep repeating the same thing. Shinto Shrine. Arc. Okay, so the girl's here. She's not saying anything. And Date's here. He's not saying anything. He's repeating the same thing now. And is Aiba anywhere? Because I don't see her. Shrine. The rope. The bell.
Mr. Bell.
Mrs. Bell.
You two really do get along.
What's it say?
What is most precious to you is not in the distance, it is right beside you. That's what it says.
Huh. That's actually really nice. I hate lamprey.
You aren't good with seafood, are you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure I'm supposed to be doing anymore, but I think I clicked on everything. Maybe there's something I'm not seeing. Oh, Aiba, she's actually there? Jeez, man, my eyes, I didn't realize she was actually on her shoulder. My eyesight is kind of going out. I didn't realize she was on the shoulder the whole time. Okay, about the new Cyclops killings. Yes, what about him?
The case has been settled. So Sejima was confirmed to be the new Cyclops killer.
Says who?
No crimes similar to the MO of the Cyclops killer have been reported since Sosejima died.
That's because you're terrible at your job.
But we still don't know his motive.
That's because you're also terrible at your job.
And why hollow out the left eye?
It is the opinion of the lead investigators that that behavior was simply the result of So's sadistic, sociopathic nature.
I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
Oh, sorry, Mizuki.
No, it's fine.
It's so weird. It's like the game doesn't buy certain things and don't agree with certain things, but it agrees with certain things as well. It's like, okay, at least I have a path and I'm going down, but you could go up and down and all around and left and right as much as you want to just to get to that path. I'll stay on the same path and we'll both get to the same end, but you could go all about the place if you feel like. I don't have the time for that.
It is more comfortable than your eye socket.
You can sit here anytime you want, okay?
Just hide if you see someone coming. The world's not ready for you.
I do not believe in the existence of God, but being that we are at a shrine, I felt it necessary to go with the tradition.
What did you pray for, Date?
I didn't ask for anything. I just said thank you. Thank you for saving my life.
Pardon me, I believe there is a misunderstanding. It was I who saved your life, not God. I was the one who stopped the bullet.
That was completely by chance. Wait, do you even remember that?
I do. Everything that I see is uploaded to the cloud. All wirelessly, in real time. Even if my body is totally destroyed, my data is backed up and never lost. That includes my memories as well as my central programming, which governs my artificial intelligence. Though I do not have any information from after being shot.
Do you know what Date said right before he lost consciousness?
No, what did he say?
I said, Mizuki, I'm so glad that you're safe.
No, you didn't. You were moaning about wanting to go to a cabaret club.
That sounds like Date.
All right, let's go.
Oh, wait a minute. You haven't said it yet.
Said what?
Thank you for saving your life.
I don't recall hearing a thank you from you either. I saved your life before too, you know.
Well, fine. You don't have to say it. I know that you love me.
Who said anything about loving you?
Oh, you don't remember? When we were at So's, you were saying, Mizuki! Mizuki! You sounded really concerned.
I wasn't saying Mizuki. I was saying my new skis. Yeah, I was thinking about hitting the slopes later.
Nice cover.
Date, you're a total tsundere.
A tsundere. One who appears cold or hostile initially, but eventually shows a warm or friendly side. That describes Date perfectly.
I don't want to hear it coming from you two.
What?
What do you mean?
They really don't see it, huh? Doesn't matter. Let's get going.
Where?
You know. We're gonna go eat that awful ramen.
Really? Yay!
Yay, a different ending. Yay, a different ending. Yay. We got the bad ending. Asa got killed. Then we got another bad ending. Ota and Asa got killed. Now we got a nice little ending. But that's not the true ending. So we're going to keep playing footsie until we get to the right ending. I guess that's what the game wants me to do. Plays footsie. Sure, I'm going to play your footsie. And then when I'm finished with you, I'll never play you again. Or maybe I will play it again, probably just for the amusement. Let's see here. Where? What? Did it, what? I thought I did this one. What, there's another? How many goddamn branches passes? Oh my god. Okay, so there was one here. There was one here. There was one here. There's still one that's on. There's still this classified one. And I can't go to this one. How many? Oh my god. So this is ended. Case closed. Fine. So another branching path. I have to unlock yet another branching path. I have to get to this one before I could unlock. Wait, let me see. No, there's two. There's two more. There's this one, another one with Hitomi, and yet another one with Hitomi. Well, Hitomi. Okay, so I guess I have to go through someone else just to get to Hitomi again. It's whatever, I guess. Let's just do it.
I don't know which moment did I send those 4 last messages.
Can you please take me with you? As long as I have Wi-Fi, I don't need anything else.
Sorry, We can't have pets.
Cold-hearted old man.
Anyway, I see you advanced a lot since last time.
Well, here's the thing. Last time you said something with regards to all here, or Somnium. Since then, there are many branching paths, and none of them are leading me to the person I actually know, who are practically 100% or at least 75% suspected is the real killer. It's basically telling me in this branch timeline, Sou Sojima is the killer. But I know for a fact that he's not the real killer. So the game is dragging me all over the place. Again, just to get to... I only want to find out who killed Shoko Nidami. So it's basically saying Sou Sojima killed Shoko Nidami. But I know Sou Sojima didn't really kill Shoko Nidami. He had an accomplice. You know, the real killer. The person I was trying to get after from the beginning. So I gotta go through all these branching passes before I get to this person. It's kinda annoying, but it's whatever, I guess. It's like the energy is drained out of me sometimes when I play this game, because I just want to get to the character, and the game is refusing for me to get to who I want it to. So I have to listen to all this nonsense, and it's Somnium, and the Somnium world isn't built that great. You just repeat it over and over again, or go as fast as you can. Like, all I want to do is get to Hitomi and the boss. That's all I care about.
If I rush in, I'll slip on the ice and fall! Like this. Damn it! If I go in like that, I'll have nothing to show for it! All of it amounts to nothing. What will I do?
I don't know what that was exactly, but the knowledge you gained might be useful.
I did not want to use my local storage space for this.
So it's basically saying that once I get to hiding inside of the barrel, then I'd be able to go down a different path. So I have to get to the barrel section to go down a different path. Anything other than the barrel, me hiding in the barrel, is not the path. That will unleash this other one, so I'm going to do it. Last time I didn't do it because I just wanted to see what would happen, and it took me to a different path. Alright, so first we have to make the barrel pop up first. But the barrel's not here yet, see?
The ice on the floor is... Leave it to me!
Yuri Katsuki?
Eros!
Good exhibition. That'll score high.
It would have been perfect if I had a tight black bodysuit.
Maybe you can do a Javier Fernandez routine next.
Those who don't fight won't survive! Ah! Damn! He's too strong. It sucks, but this is war after all.
An oil drum, though it is lying down. War has changed.
What is this all of a sudden?
A cardboard box would suit the mood better.
So war has changed with cardboard boxes and oil drums?
Well, yeah.
Sounds peaceful.
But enough of that. What do we do now? An oil drum.
Dante, you've got 4 minutes.
What is this?
That's... I have to...
Less than 1 minute. Hurry!
The forklift. The tire is frozen to the floor. What?
You have to adjust to Otis' fantasy.
Ah, I understand. All systems green. Synchronization rate 6%. Now, cargo handling car. Forklift. Sortie! Nothing happened.
In fact, it's kind of embarrassing.
Dante, 30 seconds.
A forklift. What?
This is Otis' world. Your role in this dream.
Lousy Ota. All systems green. Synchronization rate 6%. Now, cargo handling car. Forklift. Sortie!
What happened?
It has reversed in time.
I don't think this ending is acceptable. We're forgetting something.
It will be the same no matter how many times we do it. Date.
So you see, the thing is, I'm trying to get the different path, the different story path. So once the barrel is out, let me see. If I roll the barrel out, then another event will happen. But I have to get the barrel out. I have to get her to become the size of the barrel, based on the flowchart. She has to become tall enough to wear the barrel on top of her head. Or the barrel has to fall on top of her. Or she has to get big enough in order to unleash the barrel. I was thinking of maybe I could pick up the barrel with the forklift or something like that. Or she drinks some type of medicine and do an Alice in the Wonderland thing and she gets bigger. I don't want to initiate, let me try it again. Ice cutting machine just, I mean, I know what the power will do. Okay, wait, so let me turn on the power, then I'm going to use the forklift. What? I can't turn the power on yet? Oh, damn it. So I have to do the barrel first?
An oil truck, though it is lined.
So now I turn on the power and then I use the forklift.
It appears to be a
Okay, so this decision, this next decision will actually decide whether to branch off or not. So now I'm going to use the forklift.
a fork.
Well, sorting it doesn't work. Pushing it, well, I doubt she could push it, but maybe I could now sort it with the power on.
What? Sortie?
What happened?
Okay, I guess the power being on has nothing to do.
I don't think this ending is acceptable.
Okay, so because pressing the remote control automatically allows or allowing Ota to press the remote control allow it to detonate and explode, which doesn't take me on the path that I want to go on. The door doesn't do anything. Ice machine will cut Iris in half.
Iris is on the platform.
Iris, wake up. She's not gonna wake up. Throw ice at her? The hell would that do? Ears? What does ears mean? Was she going to talk about her ears? But this is Ota's dream, so talking about her ears won't do anything. Throwing ice at her won't do anything. Or maybe it will make her colder. Waking her won't do anything because no, actually, if I affected the character from waking, Ota might want to know why the character that in his memory is waking up and he didn't allow it to. Let's see what happens.
Iris! Hey! Are you okay?
She's probably not going to wake.
Guess she's not waking up.
Iris is on the platform. This is an ice.
Just throw it.
Yeah!
No good, huh?
I believe that Ota has to be the hero of the...
No shit.
More motivation.
I swear I don't want to select Ota because all of a sudden he'll press the remote and then things will blow up. Let me just get the hell out of here. What if I try to exit and I don't care?
The door.
Heat insulated door. Open. If I open the door, then all the coldness in here will melt away. I guess. I doubt it. She's so small.
It won't open. We need to do something inside the warehouse first.
Oh, great. I don't want to do what I think I'm supposed to do. All these little symbols are simply tags, evidence tag markers. So both the machines won't work, both forklifts won't work. If I try to do the ice machine to cut her in half, Ota won't let it because it's his dream.
A machine used for...
But maybe he'll freak out and goes towards it once it turns on. If I move the machine, then what would it do and where would it go? Well, she's so small she can't move anything. Kicking it won't do much of anything. She's so small as well. She can't turn it on because she doesn't have anything to throw at it. I'm just gonna kick it.
If I kicked it, what if it started moving?
Then we should apologize together.
Don't apologize. That would be bad luck. It is our responsibility, of course. But
That's maybe not the best attitude.
a machine used for cutting ice.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do this one over again because I'm gonna turn it on. I just want to see what's going on. Because if I let Ota pick up that remote and press it, we'll go down the same branching path as we did before. We don't get a different branching path. Whatever.
Iris will be cut in two if you turn on the power. Are you thinking that might be the motivation Ota needs? It may only be a dream, but it could severely damage Ota's mental health.
You're right. I didn't think about that. Let's not do that.
Date,
You have 3 minutes, Date.
a remote control. I was stupid.
Don't blame yourself.
No, it has to be this way.
I see.
A remote can... Ota looks frightened. Ota.
this! Curse you, polar bear!
The ice on the...
Okay, so is the barrel here now? The barrel's here now. So, any other way of interacting with the barrel won't make the barrel move, except rolling.
An oil, though it is...
Smelling it, filling it won't do anything. I have to figure out another way to get the barrel out, or after I got the barrel out, I cannot interact with the barrel anymore. So I'll let the barrel get out this time, just like I did before. So he's always going to go here, but I'm not going to make him touch that remote.
You've got 4 minutes.
The door doesn't do anything. The hell is this back here?
A plate attached to the shelf. The cold has frosted over it. B.
You have 3 minutes, Tate.
I don't understand why all this plate stuff is here. Unless the plate stuff are, with regards to what the forklifts have to put barrels on shelves or something like that. Or is there something high up? Have to knock the barrel. Maybe I have to knock the barrel. Oh yeah, maybe this is the one.
A plate attached to the cold has frosted over. C.
I see.
Right.
Okay, so are there any more boxes? No. So C's the only one.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
I can't open the power board is simply to turn on the remote. It has nothing to do with a forklift.
A forklift.
Sortie is useless. Praying probably won't do anything. Or since this is Ota's dream, praying probably would do something. So let's see what happens.
Please move!
I guess you're not to Ota's taste.
Not even.
No, I guess not.
Forklift.
Like this will ever work. Okay, so the forklifts are useless. Both of them are. But how is that branching off in a different branching path?
A machine used.
I can't move it because it said couldn't move it. Turning it on is kicking it doesn't do anything. Is it on wheels? Can it be moved on wheels?
I can't do that with this body.
I don't think it would even matter.
Yeah, it wouldn't even matter.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry!
Iris is on the platform.
Waking her, throwing ice at her ears, nothing related to Iris will matter because this is Ota's dream. So what are these damn things related to then?
A plate attached to the ship. The cold has frosted over.
Wipe? This one says wipe. Okay, so maybe some are you breathe on, maybe some you wipe. Wipe off. Let me try wipe on off this time.
I rubbed it vigorously, but nothing happened. But looking closely, there is something.
Oh, for
A
crying out
plate
loud.
attached to the.
I'm supposed to breathe on it regardless. Screw it. Okay, so
Dante, you're out of time.
none of these makes any
A
sense,
plate
but
attached to
whatever.
the ship. The cold has frosted over. There seems to be nothing here.
No shit.
Date, our broadcast.
Okay, so all the letters mean nothing. The forklifts mean nothing. The letters mean nothing. Forklifts mean nothing. Letters mean nothing. Iris means nothing. Cutting machines mean nothing. All plates mean nothing. So nothing makes any difference here except the barrel. So I guess I have to wait till I get to the third unlock for it to actually matter what's in the room. So I have to go past the second one and get
Agent
to...
Dante, you've got 4 minutes.
What if I destroy it now?
A remote control.
Well, it won't work. It needs power, so... First has to be on first.
It appears to.
Okay, so now the third one is here. Now, here's the decision what we have to make it go down the branch path we want, so that the barrel gets on top of her head.
Now it will move.
Did he really help?
Regardless of the.
This is...
have 3 minutes, Date.
But I don't see how the barrel is not interactable. Anything, like any way we speak, if we speak to Ota in any way, he picks up the remote. Don't.
The door.
Listen, maybe, I guess.
I hear the faint sound of waves. Strange, is it not?
It is.
The door.
No, the door is pointless. If I mess with Ota, he's gonna blow up the damn place, and the bear's gonna get injured, and it's gonna go down the same path as it was before. I have to find a way to get inside of the barrel.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
I gotta try the forklift again, man. One forklift is gray, one is not gray.
A forklift.
Preying on the forklift, pushing the forklift, and sorting the forklift does not work. I keep forgetting that one. What about the door? Well, the door's not working.
The forklift. The tire is frozen to the floor.
Oh, if I pray for the tire to be unfrozen, maybe that'll work.
Please move.
Won't move.
Perhaps I need to power up over a few episodes first.
Maybe.
A frozen forklift.
Pushing it and sorting it won't work. Damn it. The cutting machine on Iris won't work either. I wanted to open the door to thaw this out. I hope it's not something as dumb as
Ota looks frightened.
cheering up. I picked calm, I picked motivated, encouraged. I wonder if I pick encourage with it. It won't be the same. I mean, it'll be the exact same if I pick encourage. The exact one. It'll be the exact same thing. There's no way it's not going to be the exact same thing. The result is always going to be the same. Same. Same thing. Same again. Same again. I encourage Ota. When I pick motivated, it ended off with awaken, encourage Ota. When I pick chair, it ended off encourage Ota. No matter what I did with regards to Ota's whole decision, it will always go as encourage Ota at the end. So it's maybe something that has to do with the first unlock, not the fourth. Yeah, it has to do with the first unlock. It has to do with the first one. For the bell to get on top of her head, it has to be do with the first unlock.
I will protect Tessa! Curse you, polar bear! I will vanquish you! But if I rush in...
Alright, so I'm not gonna even mess with him. I'll let him slip down. screw it. I'm going to find out another way to get that barrel out, open. Let's see here. Ice machine, forklift. I wonder if I make the forklift get in the way of the slippery slope. Can actually do something.
A forklift.
I'll sortie it now. Hopefully that does something.
What?
What happened?
It has reversed.
I don't think this ending is...
Right.
Okay, so that does nothing. It actually does absolutely nothing. Even in the first one, it does
A
nothing.
forklift.
Okay, maybe it's not the first one. Maybe it's not the first one. Maybe it's the second one. Because the barrel isn't lit up yet.
The ice on the floor.
And maybe it's not sliding. Maybe I have to punch the ice or something. Or jump on the ice to crack it. But if I jump on it, I'll probably slide. It doesn't really matter. I don't know what this game wants. At this point, I don't know what it wants. Sliding was the best decision I made, but that took a different direction. Maybe if I punch the ice, that'll do something.
This is for Date! This is for Date! This is for Date!
What? Did the ice go to me?
Okay, so
Fight won't survive!
okay, so that's a different way of unlocking it. Or maybe that's not a different way whatsoever at all. It's just a... Who knows? I mean, let's see.
It's over.
I suppose we have no choice but to find the glory of victory.
You have 3 minutes, Date.
So I'm not going to pick the barrel this time. Shining light, escort him to the red shelf. I don't want to escort him to the red shelf, but because if I do, well, maybe because I pressed the first one, it'll be different.
Though it is lined.
Counteract ignition, turn on electricity. I don't want to do that.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry.
But I have to turn on electricity anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
It appears to be a...
But how would I turn it on? Jump? I can't get there, pray. Ah, I still have to throw something no matter what. Yeah, whatever.
Now it will move!
Did he really...
Regardless...
This is...
True identity reveal. Alright, now I'm going to do something different. Now we'll go to the forklift.
A forklift.
No, it still doesn't. You know what? I'm gonna give up on the forklift. Both of them.
A machine used for... If I kicked it...
No. So this one is kind of very specific. Very specific. I don't know. It's very specific, this one. The other ones, it's kind of obvious, and some of them are kind of easy, and others are just annoying. But this one's kind of very specific.
Can you please take me...
Sometimes one activated. Maybe each individual one activated. So each decision activates things. Charge forward, secure the route. Well, let's see, how can we secure it? From Ota to the guide. I was planning on using a forklift to slam into them, but it doesn't want to obey those rules.
The ice on the floor is...
Jump. Let's see what jump does. Jump will probably do absolutely nothing, but...
The orthodox method. Huh?
Oh, never mind.
Are you laughing at me?
No.
Those who don't...
There has to be a way for him to get to the red. A better one than just the barrel itself. It has to be a better one. I'm not going to use the barrel. Maybe something above.
The door.
This time I'll just tackle it. Not gonna do anything.
At this size, applying force will accomplish nothing.
Do it 4 times.
2 is enough.
No, 4.
2 is plenty.
Alright, that does nothing.
Got 4 minutes.
Do I really have to knock this barrel over there? Because all you do is it'll take him over there. Because maybe the second one is the same and the third and fourth are different. Fine. The second is the same, third and fourth might... Well, wait a minute, yeah. The second has been unlocked. Let's
An oil
unlock.
drop, though it is...
Fine, I'll unlock the second. Okay, so the second has to be the same. So let's do something different for the third. I need a big barrel I need this barrel to get on top of my head. Which means I need her to become gigantic. Well, how can she become gigantic? She needs something, drink something to resize her, or something like that. Like Alice in Wonderland. This glowing thing is back here, but I can't go back there. I don't know what that's all about. Let me just blow on this
plate
thing.
attached to the cold has frosted over.
Punch. Maybe punching is the best decision.
you upset?
I am not upset.
Punching does nothing.
Attached to the
Great. So this is just glowing in the background just like that for no reason. Great. Guess that's a glitch in the game or something. The forklift does nothing, and the power will come on. Okay, so let's say the second and third are the same. How I execute it might be different. I can't jump, maybe a prey. No.
It appears to be a power.
Okay, so it really doesn't matter. Okay, so the second and third might actually be the same, and the fourth is the one that needs to be worked on. So the first might need to be different, and the fourth might need to be different. But the second and third might have to be the same. But how the hell would you... Power's on.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry.
A remote control.
Do I really have to investigate this thing?
This remote control is for the crane.
You can move the crane with it?
I already know that, but this one is kind of weird because if you interact with Iris or the saw, nothing happens. If you interact with both the forklift, nothing happens. It has to be specific towards Ota.
Ota looks frightened.
But anything you pick with regards to Ota will still lead you down the same path. The only one I have not picked yet is Chair. But it'll probably take you down the exact same path.
Iris's peace when he...
Same thing, man. Same thing. The same thing. Everything is encourage Ota. The fourth one will always be the same. The first one can be different, but the fourth one will always be the same, regardless of what you pick. I don't get it, man. Like, how the hell is she going to be able to put the barrel on top of her head? She has to get large in order to put the barrel on top of her head, but how can she get large? That's the goal, for her to grow large in size, or for the barrel to get small in size. Okay. The icy floor, the forklifts, the useless forklifts that do nothing. Frozen forklift, ice cutting machine, Iris. So let's talk to Iris first before we do anything.
Iris is on the...
It's kind of dumb that she won't move, but no decision you make with Iris will actually make it move. Or with the machine will make it move. But wait a minute, the machine is next to Oda. Maybe he'll get freaked out. That the machine will move.
Machine used for cutting...
Maybe he'll be freaked out once the machine starts to move it by itself but next to him. But it won't move for now.
I can't do that with this, but...
I don't think it would even...
A machine used for...
turn on.
Iris will be...
Yeah. Okay, so...
A machine...
So the cutting machine is useless.
Date.
So the cutting machine is useless, being the first choice within the game.
Curse you!
Alright, so cutting machine is useless, being the first thing in the game. Talking to Iris is going to probably do the same thing, pointless. Let's go to forklift this time. I know the forklift are pointless, but are they pointless within the first memory lock until lock 1? I'm trying all of them.
A fork?
I'll try all of them. This one is very weirdy.
A forklift.
Okay, so forklifts don't work. Fine. Forklifts don't work. Cutting machine don't work. Iris don't work at the first one.
Tessa's catchphrase. This will probably not help wake Iris.
You have
Iris
less than
is on
2
the
minutes.
platform.
Hurry.
Oh crap, something did happen. I just skipped past it. Apparently Eris does something. What the hell are you looking at, pal? Oh, maybe this... Now I could get larger. Okay, now I break the ice.
Ice on the floors. This is for Date!
Oh, wait a minute. He was always looking inside that box. Keep forgetting. No, he was always looking inside the box. Nothing happened. My bad.
It's over.
This one is kind of annoying.
Iris is on the platform.
This one is really annoying. Because I know everything leads to the barrel, leads to order going over there.
An oil drop.
You know what? I'm starting over. I'm starting over. This one is kind of annoying. This one is kind of annoying. Out of all the one, this one is kind of annoying. Because you're specifically supposed to press something to make something happen. And if you press the wrong one, you have to know specifically what that one is.
Iris is on Tessa's catchphrase.
See, if I do the ears thing, this is what happens.
All right. Ears.
they said!
No, not you.
This will probably not help wake Iris.
And he does that thing. I wonder if it's something as dumb as defrosting everything.
The door. It won't open. The door.
No, it won't work. This one is really annoying. The others were just annoying because they were kind of stupid. Lie down. I'll try lying down. That won't do anything. Let me guess, her body temperature is going to make it cool off.
Cowabunga! Did my body temperature melt the ice?
Iva, how hot are you?
Those who don't fight won't survive! Ah!
So decision one has always been the same. It doesn't matter how you break the ice, he will still do the same thing.
Damn! He's too strong! It sucks! But this is war after all! Tessa! May the glory of victory be yours!
It's over.
I suppose we have no choice but to find the glory of victory.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Alright, so past the first one. The second one will obviously be the barrel, but we're not trying to... We're trying to make the barrel... We're trying to get tall enough, get large enough to use the barrel. Forklifts are useless, man. I mean, I don't get this. I don't get this one. This one I don't get. Wiping it doesn't do anything. Punching it doesn't do anything. Breathing on it does something.
D.
Yeah, D's don't work.
There is no end.
Oh, back to work.
There seems to be nothing.
I swear, I hope this is not one of those things that I have to unlock all of them. Probably is one of those things you have to unlock every single one of them. This is so stupid if it really is that's what I have to do. It'd be really dumb if this is what I really have to do. But knowing this game, nothing surprises me anymore.
C. Right. A plate attached to the cold has frosted up. A plate blade attached to the shell. The cold has frosted open.
But then, something strange happened.
What's happening?
Are you shitting me, man? Like, are you really shitting me?
That's right.
Are you shitting me? Are you really shitting me?
What is this?
That I have to unlock all the different tags in order to...
We're out of options! Tessa! If this was another, I would have died already. Next time, he will get me. It's just destiny. No! I will fight destiny! And win!
So he says.
I'm the one who has to help him.
We have to make Hero of Justice Ota fight back, look cool doing it.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
A forklift. What?
This is Ota's world, right? Your role in this dream is to...
Lousy Ota. All systems green. Synchronization. Now, cargo handling car. Forklift. Sortie!
Hey, forklift! Fork over that weapon now! I can't stand. I'm weak.
Did he really help Iris like that?
We have no choice but to have Ota do it. We need him to stand up. Ota is still down. Don't be scared.
There! Why?
I did not. What?
Temper, temper.
Alright, finally we've actually gotten here. It took a while, but it's the most ridiculous way to unlock the second path. You have to breathe on every single one of the tags. So dumb.
Whatever. Anyway, Ota, I have some things I want to ask you. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Let me get right down to it. Your mother, Mayumi Matsushita, was at the warehouse, wasn't she?
What are you talking about?
Was she there?
Why would she be? That happened at 3 a.m. She was at home asleep.
Then why did we find evidence at the crime scene?
Evidence?
Sure, it might not prove she was there, but it makes it likely. The evidence is...
The Hodoroki Man chocolate.
the same one I showed you at the hospital. I found it in the corner of the cold storage warehouse.
So? That doesn't prove anything.
Mayumi's fingerprints were on the package.
What?
You have a bad poker face, Ota. Your reaction tells me Mayumi didn't give this to you and you dropped it on your own.
That information is confirmed. Ota's fingerprints were not found on the package.
Mom isn't the killer!
I didn't say that she was. I'm saying that she was at the scene. And so are you.
Wait a minute. Why do you think Mayumi isn't the killer, Ota?
Because I was face to face with that polar bear when we fought. I could tell it wasn't my mom, even through the costume. And no matter what happened, there's no way that my mom would stab me.
Why are you covering for her?
Covering?
That's why you're lying to me, right?
I'm not.
Are you sure about that? You must have seen direct evidence of Mayumi being at the warehouse, but you're hiding that from us. Or maybe even you're starting to suspect her.
I am not.
Sure.
What are you accusing me of anyway? What do you think I'm hiding?
The kitchen knife, with a floral pattern. Mom, I love you always, is carved on the handle.
Ota gave me that knife for Mother's Day when he was in elementary school. He knows how much I love flowery designs.
You were stabbed by that very same knife.
How do you know that? The criminal ran away with the knife. No one was supposed to see it.
I knew it.
No, my mom didn't do it.
Then why did you not mention the kitchen knife earlier?
Because I know how it looks. I thought Mom would get accused, and then she would have been brought in here and interrogated. I didn't want to put her through that. And? Mom never liked Tessa. So maybe, just maybe, Mom hired someone to kill Tessa, and she gave them that kitchen knife. I don't know. I thought of it that way. Like that would ever happen. I know it sounds crazy, but after I saw that knife, I just lost it. Please, you have to believe me. Mom isn't a serial killer.
Yeah, I agree.
You do?
I do. I don't think it's possible for Mayumi to have kidnapped Iris. Because... The Matsushida's van was stolen from the parking lot of the Famista while Iris was in the car. That was yesterday, 10:32 p.m. 1 minute later at the 812, which was about 100 yards away, Mayumi bought the Odoroki Man chocolate. She entered the 812 about a minute earlier. This was all caught on security cameras at the store. That means it's impossible that Mayumi could have taken the van. And that means that Mayumi being the polar bear is also next to impossible.
Phew.
However, I can't completely clear her.
What?
You said it yourself. She could have hired someone to commit the crime.
But that was...
In any case, I need to hear from Mayumi herself. I need to hear her explain the chocolate, the knife. There's a lot to cover. I'm gonna head to Matsushita Diner.
What? Hey, wait a minute!
Don't worry. I'm not going there to arrest her. I'm going there to clear her of suspicion.
Really?
Yes.
You won't arrest her?
Your mother wouldn't kill anyone. Right, Ota?
Thank you, Date.
Yeah. All the little silliness going on. I'm just waiting. I am just waiting. Waiting for the finale, the grand finale. Probably won't be in this video, but because I'm jumping on Warframe at 9 o'clock. No, at 9:30. Won't be in this video. Probably not be able to finish it today. But I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that last final branching path. Can't believe I have to go through every single one of them, but I'm just waiting, playing this game, playing the silly patterns of the things that I'm supposed to go towards, even though I have a solid path I know I'm supposed to go down. But I'll play it anyway. It's forcing me to do it, so I might as well do it. At least I got a happy ending. At least one happy ending. I mean, it's not the real ending, but it was a happy ending.
Sorry for the late night, Miss Matsushita. But I have some questions I need to ask you. Could you spare some time?
I finally remembered about the warehouse. I did it. I did everything.
I didn't do this last night because I wanted to give you a chance to calm down. How are you, now that you've slept on it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, here's the thing. Here's another thing that I don't understand that's going on in this game. I mean, that shouldn't be going on in this game. When you realize that someone has brain cancer and dementia, that they hallucinate and they see things, or they have or they forget a lot, and they believe that they're sleeping when they're actually awake. You don't typically question them like you would do a regular suspect that has probable cause of their being normal. I remember when I was in a court case a long time ago. I was supposed to be a juror or something. I can't speak on the specific, but I'm just going to give a scenario. The guy was disabled in the head, and the lawyer kept pointing certain things, knowing full well that he's not right in the head, in order to convict him, because lawyers don't really care if you're right in the head. They'll put the blame on someone just to make sure they go to jail, and they're banking on the person's instability in order to do certain things. Very stupid stuff, simply so they could win. They don't really care about the guy. I mean, as long as the person's paying them to make sure that person takes the blame. So the same situation is happening here. In this situation, you wouldn't be questioning someone who you know have this type of mental instability they won't be able to remember certain stuff, and even if they did, you can't really consider those things they remember to actually be true, because they have this unstable mind. They can only be questioned when they're calm, or when they've taken their dosage, and they could actually, based on the confirmation from a doctor, can be questioned logically, because their mind is functioning now. There's no jump or sparks or after effects or blank periods. So the game has not shown any of this. It's automatically assumed that she's fine right now and capable of questioning. So it's kind of dumb in a way, but I guess she's fine now. We have to assume that she's fine now, and she's not, everything that she says is not going to be made up. So in a way, it's kind of silly in that regards. Why question someone who's unstable? But since she's fine now, I guess it's okay. So let's question her, even though it's not fine at all.
I'll be honest, I don't think you're the killer. You're giving us a false confession.
No, it's true. I kidnapped that witch. I took her to the warehouse and...
Put her on the table and pulled her eyeball out?
Yes.
And the polar bear costume?
I bought it through mail order.
And you were the one wearing it?
Yes, that's right.
Date, the criminal has confessed. Arrest her immediately.
You got to the top of Abyss acting like that?
I heard that she used to be an actress.
Sounds about right.
Because the world needs to see that witch die.
Just a quick question, Mayumi. Do you know anything about online streaming?
I'm not stupid. I might be old, but...
Could you explain it to me?
Huh?
Step by step. Just tell me what you did.
Yeah, explain it to everybody. Explain it to me as well. Since you basically were the person from the beginning of the game when we first met you, didn't give a damn about online streaming and that stuff. Like, you were an old head, you don't waste your time with that stuff. All of a sudden you're into it, and you're not stupid and you know how to do it. It's like I'm saying, why question this person if this person is unstable? It makes no sense.
I can't explain it in words. It's more like muscle memory. I was able to get it working after trying a few times, that's all. I picked them out of the garbage.
Which garbage?
I don't remember. It's true, I planned the whole thing. My son is under that witch's spell. Merchandise, concerts. She's bleeding him dry. I wanted to snap him out of it. I wanted to save him. Because I just hated her so much. Killing her wasn't enough.
Killing her wasn't enough? So, she's basically saying she hated Shoko Nazami and Renju. Killing them wasn't enough to take their eye. What the hell do the Shoko Nazami and Renju have to do with her? Like, it makes no sense where this game is going. But like, she doesn't care about Shoko Nazami or Renju. Or maybe she cares about she hates Renju's organization because Shoko and Renju hired her and she wants to blame them and kill them. You know, they upset her because they hired Aset. So why doesn't she just go kill Aset's mother? Because Aset's mother is the one that brought her into this world. If that's the case, why kill Shoko Nazami and Renju? You know, if that's the case, if he's hating Aset, We're right back at Hitomi again. So I guess the spotlight has now illuminated on Hitomi once more. And of course the...
And then it just...
What do you know about the Cyclops killer? We call the criminal we're after the new Cyclops killer.
I know. They killed Shoko Nadami and Renju Okura.
They are the new Cyclops killer. And you're telling me that person is you? You killed Shoko and Renju?
Yes, I killed them.
I love where this is going. I mean, I'm laughing in my head, but I love where it's going. But keep talking. I like where it's going, but I mean, it's silly, but I like that it's amusing to that sense. I won't laugh at the game because of it, but I like it. Why are you lying? What was your motive? Yes, let's hear more of the silliness. What was your motive?
Isn't Renju Okura the president of that awful company where the witch works? He's just as responsible, using her to steal time and money from vulnerable kids. And I'm sure he was debaucherous and degenerate. That man is the root of all evil. That's why I killed him.
Oh, he was the root of all evil. You see how we're slowly getting to Hitomi? I bet you when it goes to Hitomi, she won't say anything bad about Hitomi though. Or if she does, be like, okay. Or maybe she won't even react when anything goes towards Hitomi. Because if Renju is the root of all evil, then what does that make the person that brought Asa into this world? What about Shoko? Is she the root of all evil as well?
Renju's ex-wife, right? I did it to get to him.
But the two divorced 4 years ago.
That doesn't matter. The bonds of matrimony are eternal.
In your opinion, I don't think Renju felt the same way.
You are really starting to aggravate me. I answered your questions, so there.
Yeah, Ota's mom is totally a nutso. Well, she's not completely a nutso. She has a mental problem. She's always had a mental problem. And I guess everything that has to do with Aset, she goes into a fit of rage. So she takes it out on everybody else associated with Aset. Because she's very protective of Ota. You know, it's like a little baby that's running around. But Ota's not a baby anymore. But not in her eyes. I'm interested if I'm certain about what's going on, and I'm not sure that I am, but if it's going the direction that it's going, because we're eventually going to get there anyway. She's not going to say anything about Hitomi, or there's not going to be anything within this whole text about Hitomi. The game wants to drag it on. So let us drag it on then. When and how do you kill her? Let's keep playing the game. I mean, let's keep playing her game.
Remember.
What do you mean you don't remember? Do you really think that lie is gonna work?
I have a memory disorder. I don't always remember everything. It's not my fault.
But you remember the cold storage warehouse.
There are times I remember and times I don't remember. It changes.
Date, Mayumi is not lying about that in particular. There are circumstances that might cause selective memory. For whatever reason, her memory might not have been stored properly in her mind. This is not uncharacteristic for those suffering from dementia.
I am not lying.
You do know that perjury is a crime, right?
I'm telling you, I'm not lying. I killed Shoko and Rinju, and I tried to cut that demon witch in half.
Date, there's no point in letting this go on. She's clearly lying.
You seemed convinced earlier.
I was kidding. I don't think she's the killer.
I am the killer! I am!
Right now, we have to rely on hard evidence. The Odoroki Man chocolate that Mayumi bought was found at the warehouse.
If Mayumi was at the scene before Ota...
She may have seen the criminal's face.
You know what I'm going to say, right? Date, sync with her. Computer, we're going to sync with Mayumi Matsushita. Prepare the machine.
Well,
I love how this game is just dragging this all on. Like, dragging it on. It's like one big drag-on showcase. And the branches are a different variation of them dragging it on. But I'll just continue.
What happened?
The sync machine isn't operating to capacity. Yesterday's sync, well, suffice to say, Ota and Date were not too compatible.
Compatible?
I'll give you the big picture. To get the synchronization working properly, I had to push the machine pretty hard. And now, it's not responding.
How long will it take to fix?
16 hours, at least.
You've got 8.
But that's impossible.
So we can't sync yet, huh?
But we need to, or this investigation is going nowhere.
Date, I suggest we go to Matsushita Diner. We may be able to find some clues.
Good idea.
Computer, we're counting on you for those repairs. I'll be back in 6 hours.
But you said 8. Please, you have to give me at least 8.
That pewter, always so humble. He'll have it done in 6.
Yeah, Pewter is just that kind of guy, you know?
Hey! This is a hostile work environment!
Why would Mayumi lie?
She is probably protecting someone.
But who?
Surely you know by now. There is only one person Mayumi would want to protect that badly.
It's Ota.
It has to be.
Does Mayumi think Ota is the killer?
Last night, Ota left Matsushita Diner with Iris. Mayumi saw the whole thing.
But Ota was stabbed in the stomach by the culprit. Does Mayumi not remember that?
No, that isn't quite it. It is possible that she thinks Ota is responsible for everything.
She thinks Ota stabbed himself?
Yes.
Why would he do that?
Before I explain, I would like to hear your thoughts. What do you think about the possibility that Ota is the new Cyclops killer?
Highly possible, that's what I think. Genius Dante took forever to get to this point. I'm going to answer it right now. Like I did halfway through the damn game before I even got to this point. Aset, and actually not even halfway, all the way at the beginning of the damn game. Aset and Ota were Bella Loomis and Stu Marker, that's what I said before. Based on their performance, based on their behavior, based on what they say, based on what they did, based on the people they met, based on what they're talking about, and based on the fact that we're now in a generation where serial killing is something that's synonymous towards online content. So there you go. That's for that one. Now, it becomes more complicated when you go into Hitomi and boss territory. That's when it becomes more interesting. That's why I'm still leaning towards Hitomi and boss. because they're more interesting than Asa and Billy Stu, or Billy and Stu scenario from Scream movies or whatever. It's more interesting when it's Hitomi and the boss, not so interesting when it's Asa and Ota. But yeah, it would make more sense that it's Asa and Ota. Kind of like I said from the beginning, but can't really guarantee something 100%. Like if someone was to hold a gun to my head and said, who's the killer in this game? Obviously you'll pick someone, and if you get it wrong, bam, you get shot in the head. But you're never going to be in that situation, no matter how dreadful it is, because when you're doing investigation, whether you're a cop or you're a lawyer or you're a private detective or whoever, or even a forensic scientist or whatever, you're always going to make sure you get as close as you can towards the edge, but not too close to the edge. So you'll always want to make sure you're at 85%, 75%, or even 90%, but you're never all the way over the edge. So you will never be able to fully give a concrete, this person is the killer, because no one can actually predict the future and see this person is exactly the killer. They always get as close as they possibly can towards the edge, but they will never go that close, because they always assume someone's going to push them over, the wind is going to knock them over, they themselves are going to make themselves go over, or some unforeseen circumstances is going to make them go over. So they'll get close, but not too close. So in this situation, my close was Asa and Ota, and my close is also Hitomi and the boss. So Hitomi and the boss are closer to the edge, 90%. Asa and Ota are also close to the edge, about 75 to 85%. That's what I'm saying. That's why I pointed towards Hitomi and the boss, because they're the most brightest version towards that edge. Whereas Asa and Ota are also very bright, and they could possibly be the killers as well. From when I first started to play the very first video of AI Somnium Files. So if it turns out to be Asa and Ota, I'll be like, okay, it's not like I didn't know, but I wanted the game to keep playing. It's a little footsie until we get here. So I have two type of version killers. Two different Billy and Stews. Asa and Ota, Tommy and Boss. Either one is fine with me if they're actually killers.
Impossible.
Why?
Correction, Hitomi is not fine with me. I'm not fine with Hitomi. I keep forgetting. I don't want to repeat myself over and over again, but sometimes I gotta remind myself I'm not fine with Hitomi being the actual killer. I know it's leading down that direction, but I'm not fine with her. I'm also, like I said before, I'm not fine with Asa being the killer, even though if it turned out to be, I'm okay with it, but I'm not fine with it. It's not the same thing. Like I said, if I know Asa is coming, that was like, okay, this is kind of boring. I know she was coming. But if it turns out to be her, then I could accept it. You know, same as I could accept it, Hitomi. I don't like it, but I could accept it. The only people I like and accept is Boss, and probably Aiba / Date. But I crossed off Date and Aiba a long time ago, so I was only left with the Boss, being the only person I really want to be the killer. And if it doesn't turn out to be the Boss, I'm 100% fine with that, because I know it's leading me to Hitomi. That's who I know is leading me. So let's continue.
In yesterday's Somnium, Ota and the polar bear.
That was just a dream. It doesn't necessarily reflect what happened in reality.
Iris had her left eye pulled out. Ota would never do that.
Have you considered that she pulled it out herself?
What?
or even ask Ota to do it.
I mean, it's beyond ridiculous how it takes this long for this game to get to this point. Like, I figured this out like what? In the very first 3 hours of this game when I first started to play it. And I even put down certain reasons why. It's a strong possibility. And as I got to the halfway point, that strong possibility became a definitive possibility until she got killed off in one of the branches. But then it turns out that that branch was a lie and she was never dead. So then she came back into play again. I mean, I don't know what to say with regards to this game. I'm not going to let it fool me and pull me away from Hitomi and the boss. Those are the people who are, to me, are the true killers. But if it turns out to be Asen and Ota, I'm cool with it. Playing their little Billy Stewmarker road. You know, live streaming their murders and stuff.
Perhaps she ordered him to.
The van was stolen while Iris was in the passenger seat. We know that whoever did it is the culprit we're looking for.
There is a chance that Iris was not in the passenger seat. She could have been driving.
How so?
Iris could have taken the wheel herself and driven to the warehouse.
But forensics only found Ota's fingerprints on the wheel.
That can be explained. It is possible that Iris covered her fingertips with her sleeves. In short, Ota and Iris are accomplices. This was all a performance.
A performance?
Iris drove the Matsushida's van. Ota drove the station wagon.
Dante is slow as hell. Every time I say no shit Sherlock, it's kind of like I'm laughing at Dante. Or should I say, I really shouldn't be laughing at Dante because I already said it before. He's like exposition dumb. He's not really there to solve anything. He's not really the person that's solving. You're the viewer, the person playing the game is the one that's supposed to be the true detective. He's just this annoying thing that you have to deal with that's in front of you.
That, or she asked Ota to extract it. After that, Iris took her position on the table, and Ota donned the polar bear costume and started the saw. Consider this. In the stream, Ota and the polar bear were never on screen at the same time.
True. That means Ota went off camera, took off the costume, and then...
Stay away from Tessa!
Perhaps Mayumi witnessed the entire event. It is also possible that Mayumi knew what the two were up to.
So she lied to protect Ota.
Yes, but this is only a theory. Consider the possibility that Iris killed Shoko and Renju.
Then, this whole thing was to get her off the suspects list. That's why she pulled out her eye and had Ota stab himself. It makes it look like there's another criminal involved.
I will repeat myself in saying that this is only a theory. It is one of many possibilities.
It's possible, but I don't think it's very likely. They wouldn't go that far just to avoid suspicion.
Date, you must consider the mental state of the serial killer. Shoko and Renju were both exposed and displayed. And they both had their left eye removed while they were still alive. Whoever our killer is, it is clear that they are sociopathic or even psychotic.
We can't rule anything out.
let's be clear. Let's be clear. The whole definition of sociopathic, you hate being around a lot of people. You don't like socializing. You don't like being around a lot of people. And even when you socialize and you try to be around a lot of people, you don't like the response that others give to you, so you shy away from it. That's sociopathic. And then you try to create this bubble world that you're around for only people who are kind of like-minded. But at the same time, like-mindedness is very good, but at the same time, it also can be very bad because not everyone's going to be like-minded. So you have to deal with certain things in this world, regardless. Um, Everything with regards to Ota doesn't explain him. At least I would say 70% of everything she says does not explain him whatsoever at all. He's always laughing and smiling when it comes to Tessa. Um, and the same thing when it comes to other people, or when saving Tessa or Mizuki, you know. And if that's all a performance, then how does that explain when he's around other people as well? Is he happy and stuff when he's around other people? You haven't seen anything with him being happy when he's around other people. He's always on his computer and stuff. I don't know. He's a little difficult to read. The game hasn't showed him with regards to other people. The only people that talk to him is Dante or Date. And everyone else that he smiled and he actually has joy with is usually Mizuki and Aset. And sometimes his mom, I guess. But no one else beyond that. So based on those behavior, you could say those are all performances by him. And he's just pretending. But by definition of a sociopath, he would feel uncomfortable even doing those things. So if he's very good at pretending, then he's very good at pretending. I doubt it. The sociopath in pretending is probably based on someone who's good at it, good at performing. You don't see sweat running down their side of their face and stuff. That's something that more like what Aset would do, not what Ota would do. Ota didn't get trained as an actor in that category. He might slip to a little once or twice, maybe even 3 times, but always on point, I doubt it. Either that or the game doesn't know how to truly understand what the definition of sociopath is.
Why are you...
Why did you arrest Mom? You said you were gonna clear her! Why?
You see, he doesn't come across as a sociopath. He comes across as someone that could communicate with others quite easily. It just has to be specific type of people that he can communicate with. Those who are like-minded like him. Sociopath typically tries to stay away from everybody, even like-minded people. They'll find a way to isolate themselves from other people by finding faults or whatever it is so that they could stay within their own heads. He doesn't come across as that whatsoever. He just comes across as a man-child. That's all he is a man-child. Nothing more. Man-childs aren't sociopaths. Man-childs are simply people who haven't grown out of their childhood, but their body has matured faster than their mind has. That's all that is. Yeah, so let's see what happens here. So I would say even though Ota is in his 20s, his brain up here, his little brain cavity up here is still teenage world. So by the time he hit his 30s, let's say he hit his 30s in like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years, he becomes 30, 31, maybe 10 years, 32, 33, 34, something like that. then he'll start to behave more like a mature young adult. And he'll probably put away a lot of things and clothes that he's doing right now. But it's going at a slower pace. That's what I'm saying. Man-childs pretty much are people who take somewhat of time to get rid of things that's personal to them, because those things personal to them are make them happy. And some people who never put them away whatsoever at all. And I guess that's a good thing, because you never want to put things away that makes you happy 100%. But you don't want to attach to the whole man-child thing. It's no good.
So worried that my stomach is in knots. The surgery was successful, but they told me she isn't out of the ICU yet. Of course I am! That's my mom! What son wouldn't be worried about his mom? Okay? How could I be okay? I got stabbed by a serial killer!
Easy, kid. You're gonna open up your stitches.
When I was in the hospital, the police came to me. They told me that my mom confessed. I couldn't believe it, so I went to the police station. But because she was under investigation, they wouldn't let me see her. After that, I didn't feel like going back to the hospital. That's why I'm here.
You asked me why your mom was arrested earlier, but she isn't under arrest.
What?
I spoke with her as part of my investigation, yes. But as a source of valuable information, not as a suspect. Mayumi confessed, but it's highly likely that she's lying. So we haven't issued a warrant for her arrest.
That's what I've been saying! Mom didn't do it, she's innocent!
Word is going around. Maybe Iris was the one who killed Shoko and Renju. And you and her planned this warehouse incident to get her off our suspects list.
No way! Tessa had her eye.
She could have pulled it out herself, or asked you to do it.
You're kidding me, right? Do you really think I would do that? I was fighting for my life against the criminal!
That wasn't caught on camera, though. Neither was the part where you got stabbed.
You're saying that I stabbed myself?
It wouldn't be the first time you faked something, would it, Ota?
I'm telling you I didn't!
Then why is Mayumi protecting you?
Mom is protecting me?
Your mother is stubborn. She's lying to us because she's protecting someone. The only person I can think of would be you.
Why?
Apparently she thinks that you're the
Why would she think that?
Your guess is as good as mine. Got any ideas?
Maybe because of her condition. Mom has dementia. Maybe her memory is just mixed up. Everything is my fault. It's because of me that Mom is... I know how it looks now, but back in the day, the diner was doing pretty good. You know Bloom Park is close by here, right? People who visited the park would stop here a lot. But ever since the explosion 8 years ago...
The chemical plant accident?
Yeah. We're just barely outside of the restricted area, but because Bloom Park closed, the number of customers dropped by a lot. The diner didn't last much longer. When this place closed, Dad started working at a Chinese restaurant chain during the day, and he was a security guard and traffic cop at night. Mom worked as a janitor. They were both working hard and barely got any sleep.
And you?
I was just a high school student at the time. I was such a dumbass. I thought it was totally normal to have both parents working, so I didn't even get a part-time job. And they bought me a PC and idol concert tickets. I had it good. but we were drowning in debt. There's a loan on the house and the diner. Mom and Dad didn't let this place go. There are too many memories here to give it up, so they slaved day and night to keep it open. They worked and worked and worked. Thanks to them, I was even able to go to a good university, but right after I started, Dad...
Passed away?
Yeah, he had a heart attack. From overwork. But even then, I didn't get it, you know? I didn't appreciate how hard they worked for me. Even when I wasn't taking college seriously and getting bad grades, my mom didn't say a thing. She just smiled and told me that it was okay. Even when I told her I was going to drop out. Mom, I'm thinking of dropping out of college.
What? Why do you want to do that, Ota?
I decided that I'm going to become a writer.
Wow, a writer? Oh, that's a good goal to have. But you really should finish college. You worked so hard to get in.
You don't understand, Mom. A writer has to put all of their time into their creativity. I won't have time to go to classes. Plus, I'm friends with the editor of a publishing company. I'm definitely going to have my first book published.
Is that right? Well, Ota, if you say so, I won't stop you. Do what makes you happy. You'll turn out just fine. I know you can do it. And no matter what happens, Mom will always be on your side, okay? Forever and ever, I'll always support you, Ota.
Yeah, how do you guess? It was really just a few texts back and forth, but I was thrilled. I thought I could make it as a writer because of that. But it's impossible. I know there's no way I can be a writer. I've never even finished writing a novel. Not even once. I always give up after the first 5,000 words. To even apply for the amateurs contest, you have to submit 10 times that. But Mom, she kept supporting me. Not long after I quit college, Mom was always smiling at me. But I think she was starting to slip mentally. One day.
Oh, what's wrong, Ota? Do you have the day off from school?
Are you being sarcastic?
Oh, right. You don't attend anymore. Oopsie, I totally forgot.
How can you forget your own son's career choice?
Sorry. Anyway, are you hungry? You haven't eaten anything since this morning, have you?
Are you kidding?
What?
I ate breakfast and lunch already.
Oh, did you? By the way, Ota, what's living at the dorms like?
Why are you making fun of me?
I'm not teasing you, honey.
Don't fuck with me! Mom got sick because I'm such a piece of shit. I was only thinking about myself. I didn't take care of her. I was so stupid, I didn't realize she was sick. I thought she was messing with me. I was so cruel to her for no reason. And she got worse and worse.
What's that picture?
Looking at this photo reminds me. One time, when I was a kid, I said something really bad to Mom and Dad. And they scolded me, and it's not like it was an apology or anything. But Dad and I gave her a Mother's Day gift. My mom was so happy that she cried. That's what this photo is from. Why did it turn out like this? I'm such a bad son.
Hey, Iba.
What is it?
I don't like Ota one bit. But I can't imagine that this guy's the criminal.
Why is that?
Hearing his story made me think that he's not such a bad guy.
Your presumption is illogical.
Human beings are illogical. We're not like you AI. We can't be logical all the time. But we make up for it in one very important way.
What is that?
Intuition.
Do you find that useful?
At times. Iva, let's go back to the cold storage warehouse. We might be missing something.
Understood. Date, weren't you going to check the warehouse?
I was, but a thought occurred to me. Iba, are you sure that Ota took this car?
As I've already explained, the security cameras at the Famisto parking lot saw the entire incident clearly.
So it was definitely Ota who drove it here.
Why are you stating the obvious?
Iba, who drove the van here?
There are two possibilities. Either Iris or the criminal who kidnapped Iris.
And Mayumi?
Considering the time that she purchased the chocolate, that would be almost impossible. The van was hijacked from the Famisto parking lot at 10:32 p.m. At that time, Mayumi was in the 812 convenience store more than 100 yards away.
We found the chocolate Mayumi bought on the floor of the cold storage warehouse. But that doesn't prove she was actually at the scene. If she was, how did she get here? She wasn't in the van or the station wagon.
Of course! A different car. I will search for all vehicles that were in this area from Sunday night to Monday morning. Found one hit.
Where's that taxi now?
It is parked in Lemniscate's parking lot.
At Lemniscate?
Unknown. But we should speak with the driver immediately.
Hey, got a minute?
Are you talking to moi?
Moi?
Date, now is not the time to be distracted by this old man's diction.
Mind if I ask you what you're doing here?
Moi? I am but a humble taxicab driver.
There we go.
I'm with the police. I have some questions for you. Did you drive this passenger on Sunday night?
Oh, I did indeed. I remember her well. The old hag.
Old hag?
I took her on a tour of the streets of Tokyo. Our ultimate destination was the warehouse district in Ariake.
Why didn't you report this to the police?
Reported?
You don't know about the incident at the cold storage warehouse? It was all over the news.
No, I'm afraid not. Newspapers and television news programs have never been much of an interest to moi. I have just finished conveying my client from Tameke Sano's studio. I was informed that the visit here would be brief, and thus I have decided to wait in this lobby. I recall it was around 10 in the evening. Near the Kabasaki district, an unassuming restaurant named Matsushita Diner. That's where I picked up the old hag. and as soon as she stepped foot in my conveyance, she was already barking orders at me. "Follow that van, hurry!" I must admit, I found it rather exciting, just like an old chase film. I, of course, insisted that I be paid up front. We pursued the van for roughly half an hour. Suddenly, the van came to a halt at a convenience store.
The Famisto along Koshu, right?
Precisely right. I am surprised you know that. In any case, I knew that the jig would be up if we were seen following the van, so I decided to drive past it. I parked at the 8 store, but 100 yards from there. While waiting for the object of our pursuit to make its next move, the old hag suddenly spoke up. "I have to buy something," she declared, then made her way into the 8.
This must be when Mayumi bought the Odoroki Man chocolate.
A few minutes later, the old hag finished making her purchases and walked out. And then, at that very moment, I witnessed the van jet off at great speed down Koshu. I hurried the old hag inside my vehicle, then resumed the chase. We followed them for roughly half an hour more.
I see. If the driver's story is correct, Mayumi did not know that Oto was left behind at the Famisto.
Mayumi thought Oto was in the van the whole time.
We then arrived at a splendid manor. The van entered the premises through the front gate and disappeared from view. We, of course, could not follow, so we waited outside. I estimate another 10 minutes passed. The front gate opened once again, and the van drove out, and we pursued. But 30 minutes later, our pursuit was foiled again.
What happened?
The van drove into the restricted Kabasaki district. The old hag, of course, demanded that I follow. But I was not about to risk my license and livelihood. Instead, I parked on the road and waited for the van to drive back the way it came. But of course, we knew it might not take the same road back. In fact, we were not even sure the van would be coming back at all. But the old hag was not keen on giving up, so we began our stakeout. About 45 minutes later, the date had changed at this point. It was 12:25 a.m. on Monday.
How do you remember the time so well?
Well, you see, I always keep my radio dial on the same station. I remember precisely which programs were playing during this endeavor. Thus, I can approximate the time.
I see. Please continue.
At 12:25 a.m., the old hag's tenacious gamble paid dividends. The van returned down the same street. And thus, we again made pursuit. I kept considerable distance. We had come so far, I did not want to get caught now. But my caution backfired. I lost sight of the van in the Ariake warehouses. Without so much as a thank you, the old hag popped open the door and took off toward the warehouses. I waited for some time, but the old hag did not return. The goose was cooked at this point, so I made the decision to return home. I am glad I had the foresight to ask for payment in advance.
I follow your story. I have one more question. Where is this manor the van stopped at?
Oh, every taxi driver in the city knows that residence. It is the personal home of Congressman So Sajima.
Sajima? Why did the van go to So's house?
We need to speak with him immediately.
Agreed. Let's...
Okay, so it's at this point that So is not dead yet, because this is a different branching path. Slowly leading towards the killer. You're trying to play it off like So Sajima was the killer. But here's the thing. Ota was dropped off. The van made it into So Sajima's house. Then the van came back and left and go in the opposite direction after it left So Sajima's place. And then Mayumi followed them in the taxi. For whatever reason, whoever was in the van did whatever he did with Ota, or did whatever he did with Iris. Got in the van, went into Sosajima's place. Exit Sosajima's place. Went this direction. Went the opposite direction. So on and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, come on. To say it's Sosajima, but we already went down that path. It's already showed us Sosajima was supposedly the new Cyclops killer, which it really isn't. But that was one of the branching endings. So let's see where this is going. I mean, it loves to want to make So the actual true killer, but I kind of know he's not. These are different parallel worlds killers. Who is the real one? If each killer is different, who is the real one?
There's no one here.
Indeed.
I don't see So or his bodyguards.
I do not detect them either.
Let's go inside. Hey, Aiba. Do you smell something funny?
You are aware that I do not possess the sense of smell, correct?
Oh, right. There's something strange about this vase. Ugh.
What is it?
This is definitely where the smell is.
Is there something inside?
Maybe, but the opening is covered by a metal plate.
The lid is fixed with a bolt. It will not open easily.
Yeah.
Then, as is standard procedure...
What the?
Date, destroy the vase!
Got it. Sosajima?
And there you have it. So, this is the point where I say I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, how could you have an ending where So is the killer, and then have another ending where So is not the killer and has been killed? So the game doesn't have... The game has a true killer, but then it has other bullshit killers. That's what I'm saying. I'm not paying attention to anything this game is trying to do. I'm attaching to my personal killers, and my personal killers are the real killers. Not all this person is this, and this person Kamakura, and then person at 89, all this other jazz, and all this left, right, up, down. No, because one moment So could be the killer, and all of a sudden he's dead now. One moment Aset is murdered, the next minute she's the killer. I don't think so. I'm staying on Hitomi and the boss. And Aset and Ota. Those are my main suspects, and my primaries are always going to be Hitomi and the boss. Secondaries will be Aset and Ota. Friggin' Sosajima was never a factor to begin with. Why he was a killer, why he was the new Cyclops killer, I don't know why they did that. Just to mess around or to waste time. This is like I was saying, this game is not as long as you think it is. It's just like they're just wasting time. So I'm ending this stream in 10 minutes. I mean, I've been on for a while with regards to this. I need to jump on Warframe in about actually no, I jump on Warframe at 9:30. So hopefully what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to finish this game off, because I want to I want to end this game, like this week, period. I don't want this game to go into all the way into Friday, because I want to start Disco Elysium on Friday, or on Saturday, or at least take a day off before I start Disco Elysium. That's the true investigation game I want to play, not this. I mean, I only play this because someone said this was good investigation and detective work, but it really isn't. I mean, I'm confused on the mentality of certain people. I guess their idea of complicated detective work is this. I don't know, man.
That is the head of...
Left eye is hollowed out.
This is most likely a crime committed by the new Cyclops killer.
See, the only thing confusing to me, the only thing that's confusing to me is why create various branching timelines where you're giving fake Cyclops killers and saying the game is over? If you're going to give a fake Cyclops killer, why not condense it into one singular story? Why end the game off continuously? Why not continue in one single timeline? Why just end the game off pretending like the game is over when the game is not over? It's annoying.
Do you have an estimated time of death?
Today, sometime between 11 a.m. and noon.
That's about when I was talking to Ota at Matsushita Diner.
At that time, Mayumi was in police custody and Iris was in the ICU of Central Hospital. They have not moved.
That means Ota, Mayumi, and Iris couldn't possibly have committed the crime. Assuming that this is the work of a single killer, those three can be eliminated from the list of suspects.
Ota, Mayumi, and Iris are not the new Cyclops killer.
Right. By the way, why is there no one in the mansion? No bodyguards, no housekeepers.
I do not know.
Does So have family?
So Sejima's wife died in labor 30 years ago, giving birth to their son. Their son is currently living abroad.
So lived here alone?
Do you find that suspicious?
No, just...
Doctor, a call from Pewter.
How could his son be living abroad when in one timeline, So Sejima says, isn't it stupid for you to be shot by your own father, to be killed by your one father, inferring that Dante is his son. Like, the game is all over the damn place, man. It can't even give its own self a straight answer. And he actually thinks it's smart because of what it's doing, throwing it all over the place.
Connect me.
Date, the sync machine is up and running. You can sync with Mayumi now.
Oh, thanks, Pewter. But there are more pressing matters now.
Did something happen?
Yeah, I found So Sejima's body, with the left eye hollowed out.
What?
I'm at the Sejima household. Send the investigation team over.
Why so?
I can answer your questions when I get back to Abyss.
Got it.
Date, what is your plan? Wait until crime scene investigation arrives?
No. There's something I need to do. If that taxi driver was telling the truth, Mayumi was at the warehouse yesterday. And And we know the chocolate we found at the scene was hers. Maybe she saw something. Maybe she knows something we don't. Some kind of clue or information about the culprit.
Then...
Yeah. We're gonna sync with Mayumi.
I think this is about the only game that I've ever played in my entire life where the character keeps going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth inside of two worlds. Like, you know those old-fashioned movies where they keep having flashbacks?
Doesn't matter. The sync is what's important.
Or the Naruto series?
If we sync it to Mayumi's brain, that might help us find the real culprit.
I understand. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Then, let's begin.
It's like the Naruto series. Every time you're having flashbacks of different characters in Naruto. But like, come on, man, I don't care about freaking Neji's cousin and stuff. Let's get to the actual main story.
Where am I? Where?
Or it's like when you're watching the Naruto series, it keep going on and on and on about
Oh, silly me. This is my house.
Just keep going on and on about Obito's past. Be like, stop going rewinding back in the past over and over about Obito. Do it once, twice, and the third time you give up and you finish it.
Likely an effect of the dementia.
You give up and finish it. You go back and you do Obito's past, going back in the past to reference the first time to get people to be hooked onto it. Then the second time to reveal him, because if you hooking on, they won't know. And I guess the second time you can give it as sort of a breadcrumb or hint. And the third time you do the reveal that the person under the mask is Obito. And that's it. There's no need for you to be going back over and over and over again to see Obito's past in conjunction to the rest of the other Leaf Ninjas. I don't get it, man. Why these people think that it's important to keep doing this over and over again? Maybe it's something that's part of Japanese culture and I just don't get it.
Do you think such a thing can be done?
This diner means everything to Mayumi. If we do what we did last time and reproduce the actions from Mayumi's memories, we could help her remember everything.
Is this what you call your intuition?
Told you it was useful.
Well, if we must. Somnium scan! Activate! The sliding door at the entrance. Who... Welcome back.
Welcome back, Ota. You're late today.
I'm home.
Are you not hungry? Today's dinner is omelet rice. Your favorite. Dad isn't back yet, but you can start eating.
Again? I'm okay. I ate already.
But...
I'm fine.
Ota, wait!
Part of the diner has manifested.
Maybe this is one of the memories she forgot. It must be important to her, though.
It looks like a sad memory.
It doesn't matter if it's sad. It's still important.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
A calendar. The calendar reads 5 years ago. A wall clock. The hands have stopped. Oh?
It's the phone. Maybe try picking it up?
Roger. My husband.
Yes, Matsushita Diner. Yes. Well, yes. Yes. What? My husband! Why? How could this happen?
The diner has changed again. However,
These memories aren't all happy, but they are all significant.
if this continues, will it not have a negative effect on Mayumi?
Maybe. But we have to see this through. We have to.
Understood.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
A delicious cake.
I wonder who it's for.
Congratulations, Dad! It seems that this cake
I thought this would be it.
a delicious cake. Congratulations, Ota!
I'm home.
Ota! Congratulations on getting into the university, son! Congratulations!
Hooray! Congrats!
Ota was quite the spoiled child, wasn't he?
He definitely had a lot of growing up to do. But that's what makes him so important to Mayumi.
I see.
You have 3 minutes, Date.
Autographs decorate the wall. Enoshima?
Who is that?
Unknown, but I hope we will find out. A bucket. Let's wear it. Let's wear it?
Aiba, wear it.
Roger. Wearing it, I suppose. I feel as though my defense power has gone up.
And?
I am impervious to telepathic interference.
You're afraid. I remember.
I will never forget this, Date.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry!
It's an envelope. Some kind of mail? This is a bank statement. The Matsushita family's loan. Let's do our best.
We have to keep supporting Ota.
Okay. We'll work harder for Ota's dream.
sticker from a chocolate candy.
Welcome home. Did you get it for me?
It?
This is Ota when he was small?
Do you mean chocolate?
Yeah, Todoroki man, remember? Oh, that. Yes, of course I bought it. Look, the Momonoke man chocolate that you like. Here you go. That's not it. Oh, honey, I thought you liked the Momonoke man chocolate. No, I told you. It's Todoroki man. Oh, sorry. Your mom can be such a dummy sometimes. I hate this. I hate you, Mom. What? Wait, Ota. Where did you go? Please, come out from hiding, Ota. Ota, I'm sorry. Mommy won't make any mistakes anymore, Ota. Ota, come back! Ota? Takaro, don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. I am sorry, Ota. Takaro, I can't do this on my own. Don't leave me.
So that's what happened.
Date, if Mayumi wakes up after all this trauma...
I know it's risky, but we're here for a reason.
What are you planning?
We have to keep going. Just a little more to awaken her past.
But...
If she loves her family this much, there has to be something. There has to be a precious memory hidden deep within.
Is that your intuition?
You know, you see the thing, while all this crap was going on, my mind wasn't... it's so weird. My mind is like on something totally different. My mind is fixated on Hitomi. While all this emotional stuff is going on, my mind is fixated on Hitomi and on the boss. It's like the more the game, it's so weird. I don't know what it is, but it's so weird that maybe the game is designed to be that way, or maybe the game is poorly done. That every time it does things to slowly lead you on towards who the person is, it's not slowly leading you on, it's just getting you more upset and want it to rush towards the end, because the spotlight on Hitomi is pretty bright. The spotlight on the boss is pretty bright. And of course on Aset, and as well as on Ota. But you know, it's kind of easy to say it's Aset and Ota. So I'll be like, okay, a lot of emotional stuff is happening here. But I do not care. Because it's the same as the stuff that happened with the Kamakura. It's the same stuff that happens with Renju and with Mizuki. They're all placed there to blind you and to offset you, and to not let you look at the bigger picture. The wicked person hiding in the dark that's staring at you in broad daylight. Like, Listen, remember when, whoever watched this video, remember when I said there are two people in my mind that are not only shining, but it's like they're shining, their body's glowing on the outside. But it's not just that. It's like they creep me out to no end. It's like they're wearing like skeleton masks all the time. That has not changed. It's always been Hitomi and it's always been the boss. All this nice little peaceful stuff or depressing stuff is not going to make me change my mind whatsoever at all. Every time they do it, the only thing I think that's happening at the same time is what connection does it have towards these other two people. That's all I keep seeing in my head. When Mizuki's having her little emotional moment, when Shoko's having her little outburst, when Sochijima was upset about being accused, when the boss was Date was accusing the boss and assumed the boss had something to do with Rohan, and now this, and even when Ota was being interrogated, as well as Aset was being interrogated, as well as Mizuki was in Somnium World. The whole time during all those videos in the past, my eyes was propped on two people the whole time. It's the reason why I keep talking about, you know, in about like an hour from now I'll jump on Warframe. I could watch something incredibly depressing or gross, or, you know, a movie about love and romance like The Notebook or something, and I could easily just turn off my brain just like that, simply because I'm not paying attention to what it's showing me, it's trying to show me. I'm paying attention to the hidden things that are in it. Like if I'm watching a romance story about people who are truly in love with each other, running towards each other, I'm not paying attention to the love stuff. I'm paying attention to what it is that they find interesting about each other to connect them to each other. And I try to dissect that to say, like, well, that don't make no sense. That's not aligned with them to be in love with each other. So when I watch a good love story, it has to make sense. Otherwise, it contradicts itself. Same as, like, I'm ready to jump on Warframe right now because I know I'm not going to finish this today, because this game is dragging it out. That's why I could jump on a game like Zombie Army 4 that has nothing to do with something like this. You just explode a bunch of zombie brains and kill Hitlers and stuff. Because you have to know how to separate your mind with regards to, you don't allow your mind to get emotionally attached to things. Whether it's psychological horror like Hellraiser, or like, let's say if you were to throw me Hellraiser, I was to watch Hellraiser. Like, yeah, it's all right. The man's body's being pulled apart by wires, and you can see his intestines. Great. What does that have to do with a Hellraiser guy? Why does he exist? Who made him? Why does he wear all leather? You know, why does he have all those pins in his head? Who put them in his head? Where did it come from? That's my mind. I don't give a damn about all the grossness that's happening. I'm interested in the bigger picture that's going on. I've always been like that in everything I watch. But like, oh man, that's a great horror movie. Freddy's doing this to this girl, or Jason is doing this to this person. Like, yeah. But why is he burned? Why is he using finger knives? Because he just wants to? No. There's always something to be explained in anything, from love stories to gangster movies to everything. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the story. The story is king. The story has always been king. That's why when I do artwork, I try to tell the story in the artwork. It's not about the artwork itself. Of course, you have to draw beautiful artwork, but it has to have deep roots. It has to have a great foundation. It has to have great stems to hold up the treehouse. And inside the treehouse, then you put your objects and then persons inside, so on and so forth.
It is.
Its foundation has to be great and saturated and rich with texture. Otherwise, it just falls apart. And it can't be dragged out like this. Because if it's dragged out like this, you could tell that it's dragging itself on like some damn Naruto story. Or Highlander, you know, Connor McLeod going back into the past multiple times over and over and over again, seeing the past. I'm like, Jesus Christ, can we just watch the movie? I don't need to see him go back in the past like 4 times.
a wall clock.
Speaking about going back in time, now I'm at an impasse. Shogun, Dami, and Renju and Date one was easy. This is just a little bit different. Might be a little bit more trickier. It might seem easier, but anything that has to do with time is always tricky, because next thing you know, we end up in another dimension or some weirdness like that. Or advancing time might actually advance someone else to get killed faster. Or reversing time might actually pull us into the past so catch the killer. Things that have to do with time is weirdy like that. But let's see, this is Mayumi's mind, based on her memories from the past. If I turn back time further enough, I could get to the point where Tsujima, after Tsujima did the whole radiation thing of the power plant, certain individuals might have come into the restaurant before the restaurant closed down. Who those individuals might be able to see that. Or if I sped up time to current times, that led her to first start to get upset with the character Aset. There's also something very interesting about that whole memory with regards to Dante knocking on the floor and then seeing Aset and Mayumi leave in that van to go to that warehouse. I mean, I caught on to it pretty quick, and I'm pretty sure everyone else did. I mean, if they're ever going to watch this video. Aset walked up to Mayumi. There was no spoken words or anything because the game didn't show any spoken words, but she walked up to Mayumi. There's nothing to show that there was words between the two, or that she did something to her, or a place. You didn't see her hands, you didn't see anything, you just saw her walked up to Mayumi. The next minute, Ota came in the door, Aset followed, and then for some reason or the other, Mayumi was like in a trance and then walked out the door. What was that all about? It hasn't explained that yet. I haven't forgot about that either. I haven't forgot about Miss Hitomi visiting Tsujima either. So let's see, maybe if I advance time, I might get to the moment where she first met Aset. But turn back time too much, I might get more juicy stuff on Renju and Shoko. But yeah, I'm more interested in the past stuff, leading to why things are happening now. I'm not even sure that's what I'm seeing right here, but I'll turn back time just a little. I hope this is not turning back time and nothing happens. I hope it's relevant in some ways.
Welcome home. Did you get it for me?
We've gone back in time. Time is a precious resource, Date. Don't waste it.
Stop nagging me. I'll figure it out.
Ah, okay. Alright, well, it's not what I wanted, but at least I'm able to do this. Interact with more stuff. At least that's nice. I'm able to interact with more things before I do the stickers again.
A swinging door that leads to...
Ota, come over here. Let's get ready.
Ota, come over here. Ota? Ota, a girly magazine came in the mail. Is this for Ota or for Dad?
Well, this is awkward. There's no...
I tried my...
Let's investigate something.
Date.
At least this one is more interesting than that warehouse. Alright, so we saw... Well, actually we didn't see anything. I just picked the wrong thing.
A wall clock.
We didn't see anything. I just picked the wrong thing.
A swinging door that leads... Let's get ready for...
To prepare the diner.
Do I have to do the preparation?
Well, Mayumi is working here.
But aren't there other things to investigate?
You don't want to go to the kitchen?
I am not good with wet areas.
You know, when you're in my eye socket, you're always moist.
I am not.
Isn't the inside of my eye socket pretty moist?
It is not! Stop saying that!
Huh?
Date.
He told me, everything's about he told me. Like, I'm trying to get towards the end of the game to motivate my own self to get towards the end of the game. I don't think everything's about Hitomi, but at least, you know, I'm trying to entertain myself to believe it.
Welcome home! Did you get it for me?
We've gone back in time.
Stop nagging me.
Alright, so neither one is anything. Menu.
An old menu. One ramen, please. Wait a moment. What would me ordering anything accomplish?
I thought it might trigger Mayumi's memories of customers.
But Mayumi still thinks that customers frequent her diner.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Date.
This isn't like the one with Ota in the warehouse.
A wall clock.
I'm not thinking too much with regards to this one. I'm just doing whatever. Using time when I can. Oh, I should have... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I didn't... Oh, crap. So I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I have to restart. I pressed the wrong button. Process of elimination. I pressed the wrong button. Alright, so... Where were we? Oh yeah, Ota.
The sliding door.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
And... phone. swing door or cake. Yeah, cake.
A delicious cake.
I wonder who it...
And envelope.
Agent Dante, you've got 4 minutes.
It's an envelope. This is a bank's.
And let's do our best for the top.
Let's.
And then I got to the point of order rookie stickers. So let's see. Calendar is useless. Swing door is useless. Autograph is useless. Well, I didn't organize the autograph wall correctly, so maybe that's still factored in. The bucket might actually be useless, but then I got a trophy for the bucket. Menu is useless. A bare poster. I don't see how that's relevant. Wall clock is useless. Let's try the swing door. Wait.
A swinging door that leads.
Oh no, I did do a swing door. I did both of them. Let's see, clock is useless. Calendar is useless. Calendar is useless. Swing door is useless. Try autograph wall again. Stickers, maybe. No. Bucket is useless. Let's try bears.
An old beer?
I could use a bear. Looks like me when I was young. Well, looks like me when I was young. I doubt Mayumi's mom would say that. I could use a bear. Or maybe she would. But she wouldn't care about crap like that. That's something Date would care about. Autograph.
Autographs decorate the wall.
The middle to left to the right. I don't think any direction matters, but we'll try regardless.
Mikimoto?
Who is that?
A photographer with some sort of beard like a mountain man?
Yeah, none of these autographs probably means anything, probably. Regardless of which one you pick, it won't amount to much of anything, unless picking all 3 of them is relevant. So let's see. You know what? Let me just pick one.
Hongo?
Who is that?
Unknown. I can't pick.
I got another trophy for that?
Autographs decorate the
Okay, maybe I'm supposed to unlock all of them?
Dante, you're out of time.
Enoshima?
Who is that?
Unknown.
Okay, so nothing.
Date, we cannot.
No, we're not done yet.
Date.
Okay, so none of the things are on the wall are relevant. But you do get a trophy. You at least get a trophy for it. Okay, so eliminate that. Eliminate that. The swing door is kind of pointless. Bucket, I think it might be pointless. When Ron plays this, let's. Let's open what? An EU menu. I don't know what that'll accomplish, but let's try.
Let's come up with a new menu.
Oh, it's a new
Sauteed
menu.
Matsutake and shiitake mushrooms. The Matsushita set meal.
I'm leaning toward no.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward no as well. Pointless. Okay, so
A bucket.
Alright, so pointless. So I have to do the sticker? I guess I gotta do the sticker.
It's a sticker from a... Welcome home! Did it?
This is...
Don't be so selfish. If I'm mean to him, Aset did not exist at the time. In fact, Aset probably wasn't even born by the time he was a kid. That's dumb. But that is also very interesting. Why would it even... Well, then again, no. An A-set figurine is just a description figurine of any A-set. It doesn't... The girl, Iris, took the name A-set, so... I don't know. I'm just messing around. Well, maybe I shouldn't mess around. Maybe I should just pick chocolate.
Do you mean...
Yeah, I should just pick the chocolate and go on ahead. But why would it want me to rewind in time if I touch everything in there? Unless something popped up from the past.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Might as well just go ahead with advanced time.
Ota, sweetie. Mom,
We know we can be a hassle sometimes, so... Ota.
Yeah. Thank you, Mom. You know, I love you forever and ever. Me too, Ota. I love you both so much. I'll love you both no matter what. Oh, forever and ever. Oh, I'll never forget this. Oh. Yes. Yeah.
Looks like it's okay to go back now.
Yes, I agree. By the way, Date. I admit, it is useful every now and then.
What is?
Your intuition.
Ota, I'm so sorry for worrying you.
What do you mean?
Your mother retracted her confession.
I'm so glad.
Yes, yes.
But Mom, why did you think I did it?
About that.
Polar bear plucking out Iris's left eye? I was so terribly... I panicked and ran. I'm sure that's when I dropped the chocolate. And I ran away from the warehouse as fast as I could. I just kept running and running. But while I was running, I had a thought. Maybe that polar bear was Ota. Because at the time, I thought Ota was the one driving the van. If Ota brought Iris to the warehouse, then Ota must have been the one in the suit. That's what I was thinking anyway.
So that's why.
I'm so sorry that Mom doubted you, Ota.
No, I understand. It's my fault for making you worry.
Ota...
But there's one thing I don't get. Why did you buy that chocolate when you were following me?
Oh, because...
You liked Todoroki Man chocolate when you were young, right, Ota?
Listen, the thing is about this game is that, like I was saying, there's always like someone watching. You know? Like, the game is not going to tell you that there's someone watching, but there always is. Even now, as this is going on. Well, the person is not watching as this is going on, them in this place. But anything that has to do with deeds of acts, has to do with killing, is watching who is going and who is coming. That's why I'm suspicious of Hitomi and of the boss. But like, I'm not sure if this game has like street cameras and everything, and of course that stuff is linked to police and all of that, but I don't know, man. Look, if it's not a set using Ota, you know, like I said from the beginning, then it's Hitomi and the boss. That's where my head is at. So
yeah,
it has not changed.
I was like
at least we're getting some
collector of the stickers in my elementary school class.
At least we're getting some type of closure with Ota and his mom. At least that's something that I didn't know, but at least I'm accepting it because, you know, I know he was the red herring. That's what you call a red herring.
I stuck some of my duplicates all around the diner, too.
It's kind of just pisses me off it took so long for this to get to where we are now.
You and Mayumi have strong memories of that chocolate, right?
Yeah. But I guess they're not all sweet memories. They're like chocolate, you know? Bittersweet. Makes my heart hurt a little.
Alright.
That's not it! Oh, honey. I thought you liked the Momonoke Man chocolate.
No! I told you! It's Todoroki Man!
Oh... Sorry, your mom can be such a dummy sometimes.
You're not just a dummy, you're a super dummy idiot!
Oh, well, you're right, sweetie. I'm sorry. I'm a big dummy. I'll buy you a real Momonoke Man soon.
Stupid! It's not Momonoke Man, it's Todoroki Man!
After I yelled at her, Mom immediately went to buy me another chocolate. My dad came back from buying some ingredients at the same time, and my dad really let me have it.
How dare you speak to your mother like that?
Because Mom is stupid.
You're stupid to call your mother stupid. Your mother bought you that to make you happy. You need to think about how she feels. I didn't raise you like that.
But...
When she comes back, you apologize. Do you understand?
My dad told me to apologize as soon as Mom came back. But the guilt... I hurt my mother, you know? That guilt in my heart, it didn't go away. Even after I apologized to her. After that, things got awkward with Mom. But a few days later, my dad came up with an idea.
Hey, Ota, how about this?
Where's all this going, man? I understand you need to have emotional content in the story, but it's like the Highlander thing I'm talking about. Like, once you deviate too far off the path, you start having your viewers, if it was a movie, or the people playing the game, start to, you know, put their hands in their heads. Like, okay.
You know Mother's Day is. Why don't we get a gift for your mom?
I mean, what I mean talking about hands in head, put their hands on their head. Heads and hands, I don't know.
That was the first time I had ever heard my dad say something like that.
You know how Mom always takes care of us. We should think of a way to pay her back.
I'm sure my dad was trying to clear the air between all of us. So, on Mother's Day, I used my New Year's money I saved up to buy my mom that flower knife. And my dad saved up a little money to buy the floral apron. And when Mom got her gifts, she started bawling. Like full-on crying.
Oh, you boys. I don't deserve all this. Thank you, thank you.
You do deserve it, Mom. I'm proud that you're my mom. Right, Dad?
Oh, yes. Mom is the best mom in the world.
Thank you. Thank you.
Say cheese!
Sorry, I lost track of time. What were we talking about again?
The Odoroki Man chocolate. Why she bought the chocolate in the middle of tailing you.
Tailing?
Mom.
It could be due to her memory disorder. It is possible that her thought process was once again short-circuited.
Ota, I'm just going out on a limb here.
Huh?
Earlier I looked inside Mayumi's head.
Inside her head?
She was thinking of nothing but you. Her head was full of memories of you. Mayumi just wanted you to come back, Ota. So she bought that chocolate. The chocolate you loved as a kid. She thought she could get you back home with it. That's why I believe in Mayumi's head.
Huh?
I don't know. I could be wrong.
No, you're right, Date. That's why my mom bought the chocolate. She wanted her little kid back. I was always so selfish. I made my mom go through such hard times. So from now on, I'm going to support her the way she supported me. I'll do anything. I'll deliver newspapers or be a janitor or anything. I'll work as hard as I can to make sure my mom can rest easy.
What about your dream of being an author?
Well, of course I'm not gonna give up on that. But I'll set my sights a little smaller. I'll start by writing a short story.
Let me read it when you're done.
Of course.
Oh, I forgot to tell you something important.
Something important?
I heard the nurses talking before I came in here. Iris is awake.
Really?
Yeah, she's due to be transferred from the ICU to the general ward.
Thank God.
You saved her life, you know. Maybe, just maybe.
Huh?
Nothing. See you, kid.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Iris, your girlfriend?
Yeah, I wouldn't go on a limb on that.
I'll introduce you next time. She's a great girl.
Oh my, I'm looking forward to it. Is she going to be your financier? Oh, maybe I should clean up a bit first.
Financer? Oh, fiancé.
Oh, yes! Yes, that's it!
Jeez, Mom.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that. Remember, this is a murder mystery game. It's nice that you have this little happy moment, but you must never set your eyes off the prize.
Date, there are still many loose ends in this investigation.
Yeah.
And in 10 minutes, I'm going to jump off this and give myself a 30-minute break and jump on
Looks
Warframe.
like another all-nighter.
Because I believe this Thursday, or I have to check my calendar. Is it this Thursday or this was it this Friday? Might be this Friday. Oh, never mind. It's this Friday. Yeah, this Friday is our giveaway, our client giveaway. So I have to start doing farming now. So this is Ota's ending. Great. Not the ending I'm looking for, but hopefully I'll be able to close out the last branching path today in like 10 minutes. I doubt it.
Has there been any progress in this Jima investigation?
None. Zero clue.
Not exactly. We have 2 clues.
2?
2 points of information. But they may not
And it's
connect
gonna be,
directly to the murders.
What are the 2 clues?
It's probably going to be a short day on Warframe today, because typically I don't play games past 6 hours. I've been playing this for about almost a good 5 hours. So it's going to be probably mostly 1 hour and 30 minutes on Warframe today. But during that 1 hour 30 minutes, I'm going to try to do as much farming as I possibly can of resources. And if I go past the 6 hour mark, it's only going to be 30 minutes past it. I mean, I never like go to 7 hours, period. So most I will probably do on Warframe is 2 hours, most.
Point 1. This may be easier to see than explain.
Probably not even a full 2 hours, maybe like an hour and 45 minutes.
I sent a video to the boss's PC. Could you check there, please?
I just want to get this game done and over with. That's why I've been playing it for so many hours. Typically, I would just play this game for like 3 hours and be done with it. And then go on to something like Warframe and play those for a couple of hours. But I just want to be done with this before Friday pops up. Because that's when I'm going to be actually either Friday or Saturday jump on to Disco Elysium. I don't want those days to coincide with each other whatsoever. Or overlap each other. I don't want them to overlap each other at all.
What's this?
It's from Sunday night.
Yes, after Date was beaten by Ota at Matsushita Diner.
Tessa, wait! I'll get the car.
Good, we finally got back to this moment. I was wondering
There,
about this
stop it.
situation.
I noticed this earlier as well. Do you see the walk on the floor beside Iris and Mayumi?
Yeah, what about it?
Look closely. The bottom part is curved. Do you notice anything in the reflection?
Iris and Mayumi.
Yes. I have prepared an enlarged and processed version of the image. Boss, the next video.
Yes, it's like I was saying. I mean, I'm not gonna say everything. I'm not trying to reveal everything in the game itself. It's not like I saw everything that I could see this close.
Stay away from my boy!
The images, however.
Tessa! What's wrong? Did something happen?
No, everything's fine.
Okay, let's go.
Ota.
Hey, what's this?
What do you mean, hey, what's
Iris
this?
has the kitchen knife?
Okay, so didn't Iba literally tell Dante it could have been a performance? So the whole time he was in the hospital speaking to Ota and everything, he never thought that, okay, so Ota's in the Claren's mother. But it didn't occur to him that actually Iris is still not in the Clare based on his suspicions of them putting on a performance. It's like the game completely forget what it's doing sometimes. I don't know, man. That's why I want to get to the end. I want to get to Hitomi real quick. And the boss.
The video continues, but this should be enough. Iris took the knife and left the diner with Ota.
But if Ota's testimony is true, the polar bear had the kitchen knife.
Maybe it was taken off of Iris when she was kidnapped.
At the Femisto parking lot? Whatever, we can think about it later. You said you had 2 clues.
Yeah, what's the other one?
I have learned new information. More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
Yeah, that girl Hitomi is a freak of the week. Him and the boss right here. They just love playing footsie with everybody. But I am enjoying the runaround. At least that's entertaining. The rest of the game isn't. Slow ass Dante isn't.
Well, what was it?
Kagami is. I'm still rooting for Kagami, by the way. If it actually turned out to be some weirdy stuff that actually Kagami's the killer, I'd be like, okay, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever at all. But I'm giving it a 10 out of 10 for something like that. Simply because, at this point, all bets are off.
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
Ooh, it's so scary. We've just found out that it's Shoko Nadami's eyeball, and how could it possibly be Iris? Like, give me a break. Are you serious? That's why I'm saying to myself, who was this game made for, man? Like, seriously, who was this game made for? Okay, so it's now past the 10-minute marker, so I'm gonna jump off of this and I'm gonna continue the rest of the last branching path tomorrow, Thursday. At least to some degree, the game did entertain me, just a little, but just to some degree. I like the fact that Kagami actually has a real name, is Kanaze, And the whole Kagami thing was kind of like this banter back and forth between Date and Kagami or Kanaze, that they're drinking buddies and so on. It really had me fooled with that at the beginning of the game, and I was truly shocked when it actually turned out to be that it was actually a ruse between both of them. Because, even if I suspected that they might be just be messing around, they were so great in their performance, and or should I say, Dante was great in his performance, messing with this guy. I actually thought he was bullying him for no reason, simply because he wanted to. I had no idea they were actually playing this game, and maybe the other cops knew that they were playing this game as well, and you, the viewer, would never know. Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. That's the most interesting thing in this entire game. Something that really has nothing to do with Shoko Nadami's death. Like, are you serious? Are you serious that some random thing that's out of the blue that has nothing to do with Shoko's death is more interesting than Shoko's death? Or the killer? What the hell, man? Oh, look who we have. It's so beautiful, man. It's like when you know something is so perfect and so right, and you just have to wait till that fruit ripens. It's what was it that freaky guy in Hunter x Hunter used to say? What was his name? The one that looked like a clown. Hisoka. Oh yeah, that's his name, Hisoka. He used to say it all the time when he was like he was going spaz and he had bloodlust, and he was resisting from killing like Gon and Krapika, and he was like holding the urge back from killing Gon and Krapika, resisting. Like no, he used to always say this. It's so tempting to want to kill or something. I mean, no, that's not what he said. He says it's so tempting to not to pick ripe fruit, or it's so tempting to pick fruit before it's ripe. That's what he said. It is so tempting to pick fruit before it's ripe, which is true. Even when you're hungry, it's so tempting to pick something before it's ripe, but it's not a good idea because unripe fruit is actually not good for your intestines. You have to wait till it's at least ripe enough for you to eat. So it's not good. From a physical sense, that's not good for your intestines, and also from a metaphorical sense, it's also not good. It's basically like, say, you never select something that's not fully developed in whatever it is in life, or you never pick someone to be in a relationship that's not fully developed, ready for a relationship. Those kind of symbolisms. So I was waiting for this, man. I was waiting for this since the beginning of the game. I was waiting for that. It was so tempting to pick this fruit before it turned ripe, and it's so funny that I had to wait all the way till this moment. Like, and why? The game is not good. It's just that I'm making it good. That's what I would say. When people say this game is good and they give it high marks, I'm like, you people are all mental. The game is good because I decide to make it good, not because it's good. It's okay. It's an okay game. It's a 6. It's above average game. It's not in the 7 territory. But it's okay. It's not terrible. It's good, but not great. That's the difference. Great games are 8 games, 9 games, and 10 out of 10s. Good games are 7 and 6 and 5. Well, actually, not even 5. 7 and 6. Those are good games. 5 games is that you barely scratched the surface. You almost failed. But this is a good game. It's not a great game. I had to force myself to make it great. So we're on the even when I'm looking at this picture with regards to her, I'm creeped out by her, and it has nothing to do with what she's wearing. It's just like she just creeps me out, man. From the very first moment I saw her to every time I see her, it's just like she just creeps me out to no end. I don't know what it is. Her and the boss they just creep me out to no end. And it's not like you're scared of females type thing. I've seen plenty of females in this game. It's just that there's something about aura about both of them that's based on everything that's happened in the game that doesn't translate properly, and it's not intuition nonsense or female intuition that most female. Oh, I have female intuition, but like, give me a break with that bullshit. I do investigative, I guess, process of elimination and everything. I don't do things based on intuition. So I'm finally here on Shoko. I mean on Hitomi. It's funny, isn't it? Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that the last thing to pop up was Hitomi? Is that not funny? It could have been anything that I thought about. But the one that I always thought about from the very beginning was Hitomi and the boss. And lo and behold, it's actually Hitomi and the boss. Isn't that funny? Why does the game have to force me to go through all this bullshit just to get to what I wanted to? Because it's the people who made the game. It's their game, not my game. So I have to play by their rules. But yeah, I'll continue this tomorrow. Should be the end, and we should get the answers. But I'll leave some clues behind, or I'll leave some information behind of what's actually going on. These are my reasons for why she actually did what she did, or at least why the boss and her did what they did. Like, if I'm wrong about the boss, then it's Hitomi. So if I'm wrong about Hitomi, it's the boss. So these are my. I'm gonna put Aset separate aside, but I'm giving a little spoilers ahead of time, and I really can't consider it spoilers because I can't predict the future. But I'm doing this based on my mental assessment of the situation. Something happened with Sosajima. The power plant blew up. It affected the neighborhood. That neighborhood got affected. Certain people in that neighborhood got affected. It affected her and her husband or something related to in certain ways. That effect trickled over and toppled over into depth, so on and so forth, and possibly bullying and so on and so forth. She eventually found and ran into this guy who was a Yakuza and so on and so forth. Oh, I run into this guy who was a Yakuza. I could have run from him. Nope. He kissed me to just hide and stuff, and I accepted him as my boyfriend. What rational person would do that? Someone who decides to get sick and tired of certain things and want to, after being secluded, sociopathic or psychotic, don't like hugs and stuff. But it's shown that she likes hugs, but have you actually seen her hug Aset and stuff? She, like, pretending is part of this game. Pretending to be something is not part of, is part of the game. But what I'm saying is, relationship happens between certain characters. Shoko Nadami, Renju, and Hitomi here might have had this little love thing going on between them. Something happened with Renju and Hitomi. Shoko didn't like it. Situation popped up. They disliked each other. She ended up marrying Renju. Might have been interested in Hitomi. That didn't go the way Hitomi wanted. Hitomi ended up with a piece of shit guy. Had a piece of shit Aset with piece of shit guy. Or maybe good guy. Piece of shit guy or good guy get killed off for reasons unknown. It has something to do with power plant, Yakuza. All of a sudden, Hitomi say enough is enough. I heard about this strange weirdo called Cyclops Killer. That's interesting. Let me see if I could do something about that. Oh, let me see if I could do something about that. How about I show up to the location where Rohan was and where Sosajima was, and my daughter just happened to be there at the same time. Isn't that nice and tidy when she was a little girl? That's the only one that I'm confused about. Why would Aset be there as a very small little child? What would she be doing there with So and Rohan? That's the only thing that's tripping me up. But those are my little. That's what I'm playing off. That was the little play I had in my head with regards to her. Boss, on the other hand, guess what? Whoever Boss was involved with is associated with also Renju, Shoko, and Hitomi's little hubby. Could have been that. So here's the thing. It could have been that Boss was involved with whoever Hitomi was in love with. Or Boss was a friend of Hitomi's from way back then. No indication whatsoever. But, you know, they've used to run with each other when she was off to college or something, or back in the days. Turns out, Boss came back into this neighborhood 6 years later, saw Hitomi. Hey, Hitomi, how's everything? Like, you remember what we used to do back in the days? I'm not going to say what they used to do back in the days, but you kind of guess where I'm going with that. Like, yeah, like, well, I have this new interest. It's a very interesting thing. I saw this guy did it. In fact, I was there and I saw it. It's like, really? Yeah. And he even called himself this and that. Why didn't he kill you? That's very interesting. Why didn't he kill me? It's like, sometimes you freak me out, he told me, saying this to the boss. Like, I know, but, yeah, you gonna help me or not? Like, hey, I'm a kind of a cop now. Can't do that stuff anymore. It's like, well, if I'm in trouble, will you help me out? Like, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Sure. But as long as we have someone to pin this stuff on, we'll be in the clear. Sure. So, and then in the back of the boss's head, we're like, well, this guy show might actually be the Cyclops killer, but she actually probably think that, no, I don't think the boss was, Show was the Cyclops killer, and Rohan. I think Hitomi was the one in there the whole time. It's like, I kind of scared of Hitomi, but, you know, I kind of like that about her. And that's where I'm going with regards to this. That's my whole mentality when I first met Hitomi and when I first met the boss. For some reason, I put both of them in the same bucket. Strange, right? I thought of all of that came out of just an explosion of a factory and people who are still in the neighborhood after all that. And throwing Aset and Ota's mom and Iba and all these people in the mix. And slowly giving me little puzzles and just like these images. Slowly giving me little images to confirm those things. And slowly but surely, Hitomi started to become radiant. And slowly but surely, the boss started to become radiant. Now, what I just said might not actually be the truth whatsoever at all. I'm a little off, but here's the thing. I might be a little off, but I guarantee I'm halfway on, halfway right, halfway wrong. So that's the only thing I would say I'm halfway wrong about. Half of what I said is wrong. The other half is right. I'm more 90% sure it's Hitomi, and I'm more 90% sure it's the boss, and I'm 75% to 85% sure it's Aset. But that's where I'm going with regards to this. It's very interesting that Aset is associated with the killer's mom as well. But you see what I'm saying? Like, this is how I do things. It's very interesting. At least this is why this game is poor. It's like I have to be creating scenarios to make it more interesting. Otherwise, if it was by itself, it would be a failure. Return to the title and main menu. Yes, it's 9:30 now, and it's time for some Warframe, I believe. Oh no, 10 minutes. All right, so I'm getting out of here. I'll take a short break, probably 15 minutes, and then I'll jump onto Warframe. I have to start doing some farming anyway, and that stuff, well, that game is far more interesting than this game when it comes to its personal setups and its makeups. Pretty sure Disco Elysium might actually be good as well. Better than this. But that's how I'm seeing it. Let me see. Kyle. I think it's once a week you can only do those weeklies with Kyle. Those once a week you only do weekly with Kyle. So yeah, I'll probably do a call. Just one call. One call mission, and then everything will be farming resources and Warframe parts. Alright, so I'm out.